So, good morning to everyone. We are very happy to welcome you here in Darmstadt to the Dynamics of Critical Infrastructures in Cities conference. We hope you had a pleasant journey and are glad to see you here in Darmstadt. Since this is also the final conference of our KRITIS research training group, we are very pleased to welcome many current and former members. And we hope we have put together a diverse and interesting program for you, including 6 keynote speeches and 6 panels. The keynotes will last 40 to 45 minutes and followed by a 15-minute discussion, and the panel sessions will have talks of 15 minutes each with a short Q&A afterwards, after every talk, and at the end of each panel there is also a final panel discussion. Most of the presentations will be streamed, but the discussion will not be streamed. Because of the streaming equipment, we would please be careful when walking along the side of the hall, as the cables run along here. So, and another technical note: if you need power for your devices, you'll find sockets in one place in each second row, I think, under the tables. We won't go deeper into details about the program now. You have probably already looked at it, and you can always check it on our website or in the flyers we shared. However, we would like to highlight a few special events. Tonight, there will be a joint dinner here in the back of the hall, and there you are, of course, also invited to help yourself with drinks and everything else during the day. Tomorrow, on day 2, we invite you to the walk and talk session in the lunch break. Madeleine Fischer will guide a walk through the Oberfeld with you. Tomorrow in the evening, the conference dinner will take place in the restaurant Sitte, but only for those who have signed up in advance. So if you want to take part, please register your participation for the dinner at the table if you have already done so. We have to inform the restaurant of the number of the guests at lunchtime, so you still have time to do this during the next break. And on the last day, we are really happy. We will close with a discussion on interdisciplinary research. Therefore, former and current KRITIS researchers will share their personal experiences. And now, before we start, we would like to introduce the team that organized this conference, always available to help you. Letizia Correri, Madeleine Fischer, Colvin Lai, Kaya Mottel, Maike Stelzer, who is taking photos in the back currently, and myself. And also, of course, Elena Dingerson is always available, who probably welcomed you when you came in, and as always gave our team wonderful support by planning the conference. We wish you all an inspiring conference. Thank you. And before we ask Mr. Engels to come forward for the opening speech, Calvin Lai and Madeleine Fischer will say a few important words as our awareness team.
So hello everyone, and I'm Calvin, and with Madeleine, my colleague, we will be the awareness team of the conference this time. And I think everyone should be able to find this paper in the folder. So if you experience any uncomfortable situation or anything or talk to, you feel free to reach out to us with the information on the paper. And now I will just pass the stage to Mr. Engels for a few invitation work. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Warm welcome to all of you here in Darmstadt at the final conference of Research Training Group KRITIS. My name is Jens Ivo Engels. I'm a historian. I'm professor of modern and contemporary history here in Darmstadt, and I'm the speaker of the Research Training Group KRITIS, and I have the honor to address you this morning here. You may know or may not know, if you are coming from foreign countries, that Germany is about to have a new government. In the negotiations to form this government, there is one keyword alongside defense, one important keyword, and this is infrastructure, building infrastructure. The future governing parties have decided to set aside a staggering sum of money for infrastructure building 500 billion euros during the next 10 or 12 years. New debt is to be incurred for this purpose. This is remarkable for at least 3 reasons. First, the future chancellor ruled out any further borrowing before the elections, which is history now, of course. Second, the German constitution does normally not allow for this level of debt. So the constitution itself has to be changed in this particular project context. Thirdly, the future government does not have a majority for this constitutional amendment, which is in case here. It had and has its, so the first voting has been done yesterday, and the second important will be done on Friday. So the constitution has or had to be changed for this project, and the future government, which does not have the majority for this constitutional amendment, has to push it through with the help of another party from outside the future government. And more so, this was not done within the newly elected parliament. It's really complicated, but with the parliament that has already been voted out, but still has, for formal reasons, the possibility to vote this bill, or to could vote this bill yesterday. So in all of this, suspicion of political trickery, of course, are never far from the surface. After all, there is not entirely unfounded suspicion that the debts are to be used for infrastructure in order to save money elsewhere, and so to indirectly finance other purposes. So as you can see, we are experiencing an interesting and very complicated political phase in which infrastructure is a key tactical political argument. And this is because there's undeniably a great need for investment in Germany's technical infrastructure. The roads are in state of disrepair. Trains often have to cross bridges from the early 20th century, or they don't cross them because they are in repair at the moment. And broadband internet coverage is extremely patchy here in Germany. So Germany perceives itself as a developing country when it comes to technical infrastructure. This self-assessment makes spending on infrastructure an extremely legitimate concern that hardly anyone can dispute, and therefore you can build politics and tactical schemes upon it. However, this may lead almost inevitably to a blurring of the concept of infrastructure, because, of course, everyone now wants to have a piece of the cake. The lobby organization of German universities, for example, is demanding its share with reference to 100 billion investment backlog in university buildings. Of course, here is no need, not really, unless the heating perhaps, I don't know. So the first 100 billion is for the universities. We will see if this will come true. And of course, they say research is always infrastructure because it's investment in the future. So this kind of argumentation, you know, is very interesting. Elsewhere, there are calls to invest in forestry and reforestation because this is infrastructure to mitigate climate change, etc., etc. So you see, it's a topic which is expanding, so to say, at least on a discursive level. And in this context, I think it's important to, from time to time, to lean back and to reflect on a scientific base of what infrastructure could possibly be. And this is, of course, one of the topics of our conference. So infrastructure is always an actual topic, just as it was around 10 years ago when the first proposal for the research training group, Critical Infrastructure, was developed. I still remember that politically in the In the 2013 federal election campaign, it was for the first time one, not really an important, but one topic in the campaigns. So looking back to 2013-14, now we are about to reach the end of this research training group, which will, after 2 funding phases, will come to an end in September or at the end of the year. 3 cohorts of 14 doctoral researchers each, as well as a number of additional researchers, doctoral researchers, have written or are still writing doctoral theses here in this context in an interdisciplinary exchange. Numerous disciplines are involved, which are transportation science, electrical engineering, computer science, civil engineering, architecture, urban and regional planning, political science, sociology, philosophy, and history, with several periods of time from the Middle Ages to the present. It's still too early for a comprehensive scientific assessment, since the last cohort is still busily working on their dissertations, of course, and since our conference here and now still lies ahead of us. However, we will publish a report after the work is completed. Hopefully next year we will have a little publication on the final or most important results of this research training group. So now I would like to say a few words about how we have placed the topic of dynamics of infrastructure at the center, what we understand by it. Of course, we could not know that infrastructure would dynamize politics so much these days. But the dynamics of infrastructures is a theme that is important for the research training group since 3 or 4 years. It is the central concept for our prolongation application, which informed, so to say, the second phase of the research training group's work. And I will now elucidate a little bit of what this could mean, this dynamics of infrastructure. Of course, we will have many other visions of this dimension here. So often, infrastructure is perceived as something fixed and permanent, or at least something that ideally lasts for a long time. Technical devices that are simply there. In the case of some Roman roads or Roman water pipes, they almost seem to have kind of eternity attached to them. More so in the classical modern industrial era, technology, and in particular infrastructure, was seen as a means of freeing people from the so-called limitations of nature. The concept included the idea that technology would stabilize people and society. And it was also linked to the promise of a new society in which social differences would be reduced and social integration would be fostered thanks to these technical infrastructures. And in this perspective, infrastructures appear as the stable, relatively unchanging foundation of a society, even when it's underway of modernization. However, when social sciences began to research infrastructure in a systematic way, since the 1980s and 1990s, they also conceived these big technical systems, these enormous technical systems, as something rather stable. For a long time, the concept of path dependency was an important paradigm in large technological systems research. But in recent times, things have changed a little bit. By now, most scholars, I would say, most scholars are aware that infrastructure is, like any other technology, something which is constantly changing. Not the least because these technology have always have to be repaired. There's a need to constant repair. And there's also, I think, much awareness now that technology is often repurposed following the changing needs of society or economy. Just think of many small canals that were the lifelines of industry, of heavy industry around 1900, but are now mainly used for tourism. Or think of the copper cables that were laid for analog telephones and now serve digital services more poorly than well. So we can say that infrastructures are characterized by dynamics. On the one hand, the dynamics of infrastructure can lead to functional crisis, of course, when there's a change. On the other hand, it can also be a prerequisite for maintaining functionality, for example, in the case of natural disasters or other breakdowns. If we take the concept of resilience as a starting point, then the ability to change is a central condition for a system to survive crisis. Only the ability to change enables the famous bouncing forward function, which is at the core of recent concept of resilience. More so, we currently are witnessing preparations for far-reaching change in many, many technological areas under the banner of climate adaptation and also under the banner of digitalization. The actors involved in these changes prefer an image of infrastructure that is characterized by agility, adaptability, and of course, the possibility to change, not only now, but also as a perspective in the future. So the very ideal of infrastructure has transformed during the last decades, I would say 2 decades perhaps, from something being stable, immutable to something which is, or ideally is dynamic, or has the possibility to change and to adapt. So this is not only the result of a neutral observation of what is, but of course it has an important normative dimension. Dynamism is considered as an indispensable characteristic of good technology. Now, change can mean many different things. The concept of innovation, for example, is an age-old companion to any study of technology, of course. It's not so new. However, the question remains, how can we analytically capture the dynamics of infrastructure? Or rather, what concepts can we use to study the dynamic character of infrastructures? In our group, we have focused on 3 essential dimensions. Of course, they do not represent all possible forms of dynamics, but we believe that these 3 aspects allow us to gain some important insight at different, so to say, strategic points in the process, which then allow for a better overall understanding of infrastructures. So the 3 key words or concepts are transformation, circulation, and system of systems. These 3 address practical aspects as well as are able to advance scientific understanding of critical infrastructure. So all 3 are both subject of academic debate and also concrete application challenges with practitioners. And they are also interrelated, although they address very different dimensions. So the first aspect that I mentioned, the transformation of critical infrastructure, represents a fundamental change in infrastructures. It is both the result and the cause of dynamism. It refers to far-reaching processes of change in infrastructures and the societies, also the societies that support these infrastructures, or these build and run these infrastructures. Transformation is a key challenge for society and technology. It's currently, of course, discussed mainly in terms of digitization and of energy transition. Of course, these are the most important themes at the moment. From a historical perspective, however, transformation is a constant feature of infrastructural systems that inevitably emerges when analyzing longer periods of time for one infrastructure system. However, the relationship between radical disruptive change and incremental change, this relationship between the two remains, of course, unclear or to be debated, to be researched. And the aspect of stability and continuity in the face of change also should not be neglected and should also be addressed when it comes to research in this context. There are still some unanswered questions that need to be addressed, of course. These include, in particular, the relationship between transformation, incremental change, and persistence, as I said. These must be conceptually separated, but their relationships must also be examined empirically. How does transformation as a phenomenon of radical change relate to incremental change? Should both be distinguished from each other, or are they, at the end, two sides of one coin? Is there a need to define a threshold that can determine what would be incremental change and what would be radical change? As a historian, of course, I would in any case prefer a qualitative rather than a quantitative determination of this threshold. But of course, it is possible to do research in this direction of quantification also. In any case, this question is well suited to debates about the role of old technology and of repairing technology, which are debates that have been discussed very importantly during the last years. From the perspective of network technical infrastructure, it should be noted that local increments have often system-wide effects, for example, which may cumulate and then produce a profound transformation. The question of the identity of a certain infrastructure can also be raised in the context of transformation. Does transformation lead to the creation of a new infrastructure in place of the old, or is it the existing one which is transforming without losing its essence, so to say? For example, is the mobile phone network a transformed telephone network or something radically new? And I think one could find different answers to this question. Second, circulation. Circulation represents the dynamics inherent in any critical infrastructure. We suppose that the core function of infrastructure is enabling flows and exchange of goods, of people, of information, and so on, of energy. So one could say that the very function of infrastructure is organizing, so to say, dynamic flows and circulations. If there's an interruption, or if there are threats to this circulation, then we would speak of malfunction or crisis or breakdown. Conversely, successful circulation is a challenge, especially under the conditions of complex interrelated systems. Understanding circulation, therefore, means recognizing the characteristics of disruptions as well as of successful operation, both sides. The empirical conditions of circulation are presumably as heterogeneous as the diversity of network-based infrastructures that we have. If we want to gain cross-sectoral insights in research, we need to achieve a sufficient degree of abstraction in assessing these. Infrastructure-specific metaphors provide initial points in this regards. For example, the image of the arteries of society, infrastructure as arteries of society, are often used when infrastructure appears in fiction. The idea of the pulsation, which is connected to the metaphor of arteries, the idea of pulsation can be translated into an analytical concept, namely the concept of rhythm. This is my personal thing here. I find rhythm analysis very interesting for describing circulation within and between technical systems. In essence, it's about describing recurring movements in space and on a time axis. The decisive factor here is the tension between regularity in the movement and deviation from this regularity. So in the final analysis, infrastructures are apparatuses that organize an orderly circulation with orderly or not orderly rhythms, so to say. With a view to functional crisis, the deviations are particularly interesting, relevant. For example, the tolerances that different systems have with regard to deviations from a planned rhythm can be questioned and should be researched. This is relevant, for example, in railway operations. How late can a train be without endangering connections? Finally, the concept of rhythm allows a specific approach to the question of the problems of alignment or nexusing, namely the synchronization of infrastructures of different sectors in one setting, for example, in the setting of a city, which is the focus we are having here in the research training group. And I think there are many practical problems which are discussed at the moment, also by practitioners, of course, and perhaps our research on rhythms could inspire some solutions on this level. The third concept we use to describe dynamics is the system of systems, which is another perspective, of course. It represents a relatively new analytical perspective. It was developed in response to organizational developments such as the fragmentation of authorities and the fragmentation of regulations for infrastructure. And this topic of nexusing and aligning, which I mentioned some minutes ago, is also a topic which is very much debated in the context of the system of systems approach. Or the other way around, the problems of nexusing have also inspired some people in order to develop this system of systems approach, this vision. So the system of systems reflects interdependencies of different critical infrastructure sectors, subsystems, components. These interdependencies have been growing since industrialization, but particularly in recent years, for example, with the triumph of information technologies as the basis infrastructure of almost all other networks, and then the energy network as the basis of information technologies, etc. Ideally, the concept takes into account technical, organizational, and regulatory aspects. Some of the relevant integration challenges begin within one sector, for example, with different technologies or operators in the same system. Dispatching suburban rail traffic requires not only the smooth running of trains, but also coordinating with other means of transport, such as buses and trams, so that commuters may reach their destinations as quickly as possible. And they are often operated by different companies and sometimes under different forms of regulation. The system of systems perspective is one answer to the challenge of describing and understanding cross-sector complexity, interdependency, and the needs for coordination. So a key challenge for future infrastructure is to link different systems and sectors in such a way that they are integrated and can be managed. These three concepts, which I mentioned, are related, of course. Rather, there are numerous links between the three aspects. With transformation, we understand dynamics comprehensively as a characteristic of the changeability of overall systems. And with the circulation flow that I mentioned, we understand an essential characteristic of infrastructure functions, as I say. Both perspectives complement each other on the macro and micro level, from the outside, from the inside, so to say, of the technical systems, from a bird's eye view to a mouse perspective. And the system approach is like an umbrella, perhaps, which provides an explanatory. It models the infrastructures as coupled or connectable complex systems. This allows to explain the paths along which the circulation flow takes place, or is hindered, of course, and which factors interrupt, impede, or enable these circulations. And these phenomena can in turn be understood, these phenomena of breakdown or not breakdown, smooth operation or breakdown, can in turn be understood as factors or incentives for transformation at the systems level. Coordination or synchronization motivate projects to transform the infrastructure. Conversely, it's also necessary to ask to what extent historical and current transformation processes change the configuration of the system of systems. A classic example of a technological, economic, and governance transformation would be the transition from local electricity generation to regional grids in the first or in the early 20th century, which, in addition to significantly expanding the circulation of energy, also created the conditions for completely new integration across regional and later national borders. Not only technical integration, but also regulatory integration, of course. So, if you have looked at the program for this conference, you may have noticed that these aspects of the dynamics, of course, are reflected to some extent in the program. The transformation of energy systems is the subject of the first keynote address by Sadib Ottenburger, which takes place immediately after the break, after this inauguration speech. In the second keynote this afternoon, Christopher John Webster will present the system of systems in the context of infrastructure management in cities. The other keynotes also highlight relevant aspects of dynamics. Tomorrow morning, Heike Weber will present the repair and reuse of technologies, which I mentioned, and which may seem less spectacular at the first glance, but maybe the perhaps more effective counterpart to grandly announced or far-reaching transformations. Tomorrow afternoon, Ulrike Teck will explain the significance of hybrid attacks in the Baltic Sea region, which often target infrastructure, and which raises the question how much agility is there or is needed perhaps in the future to counteract these attacks. The day after tomorrow, Carsten Orbert will look at the biases and risks of artificial intelligence. And AI is, of course, the epitome of largely uncontrollable and inexplicable dynamics in technical systems. And the fifth keynote on Friday by Elizabeth Shove will then be devoted to the practical aspect that is the dynamic of action of people, of society in and with infrastructure. So I'm very pleased that in addition to these outstanding keynote speakers, we are also able to welcome many other paper givers. The speakers include both external guests and current and former KRITIS researchers. The presentations will be kindly moderated by some of the PIs of the research training group, as well as by some KRITIS graduates. Many thanks to all of you for sharing your insights with us tomorrow, today, and the day after tomorrow. And of course, my special thanks go to the conference organizing team, which presented itself some minutes ago. Our conferences at KRITIS, I may say, are prepared and managed by the graduates, not only in terms of organizational matters, not only in terms of getting food here, but also with regard to the scientific program and the selection of papers. This was done mainly by our organization team. And so it's their conference. And of course, I like to thank them for this work. I hope that all of you here will have a fruitful exchange and be inspired by ideas from other fields. This was and is a characteristic of the research training group KRITIS here in Darmstadt, namely the curiosity about approaches and results from other disciplines, even if they do not always directly yield material for one's own research project, but inspiring it is. So in the spirit of this curiosity and openness, I wish us a fruitful conference. Thank you very much.
So we now will have a small break. You can serve yourself in the back hall, and where you get drinks and some food.
Warm for everybody, getting some sun outside, and I hope the room is warming up after turning on the heater so that you have a nice keynote. My name is Uwe Ruppe. I'm professor for informatics and civil engineering, and I have the pleasure to moderate the keynote. The first keynote today is given by Simon Ottenburger. He is from Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, and he has deep insights in theories and methods and approaches and models of critical infrastructures. And I'm happy to have you here. So that can you give us your early results and some insights in your work, please?
Yeah. Thank you very much, and for the offer to give a keynote here at this nice conference. So, welcome to my keynote. My name is Simon Ottenburger. I'm a mathematician working in foundational and applied systemic resilience research. I'm the head of the Department of Resilient Smart Infrastructure Systems at the Institute for Thermal Energy Technology and Safety at the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, KRITIS. Additionally, I'm a member of CEDIM, the Center of Disaster Management and Risk Reduction Technology at KRITIS, and the spokesman of the topic System and Sustainability at the KRITIS Energy Center. And finally, also KRITIS expert for resilience of critical infrastructure. In this keynote, I would like to reflect on the transformation of urban environments towards sustainability and resilience, pointing out the necessity and possibility of shaping the urban energy system in such a way that a high degree of urban resilience and sustainability can be achieved, and thereby promoting general well-being. So taking the Sustainability Development Goals, the SDGs, seriously means considering multiple sustainability goals simultaneously. However, infrastructure planning can impact many SDGs, and a general issue is that there's a risk that some goals might be prioritized while others are unintentionally undermined. So what properties should a smart and sustainable future city have to cope with various hazards and be resilient? Unfortunately, we don't know exactly how these hazards will manifest. Critical services like health, cooling, heating, and the supply of basic goods such as water and food will rely heavily on energy and also data services. As we transform cities into more sustainable and digitalized ones, we are asking what infrastructure planning options exist to mitigate hazards and increase urban resilience. With the energy transition towards a sustainable and climate friendly system, a critical question is, how will sustainable energy or power backup capacities for urban critical services look in 2045 if diesel is no option anymore? Urban resilience isn't solely determined by the design of critical infrastructure like energy grids. Of course, it also includes coping capacities of the urban population, local communities. However, a key question is, infrastructure can be built in a more resilient way, but can infrastructure design also promote community resilience and equity? Now try to envision a future city that is sustainable, climate neutral, and resilient. How can we approach this vision in the best possible way, considering that idealistic visions may not be fully achievable? Starting with this visionary perspective, I will explain what these terms can mean from a planning and transformation viewpoint, and I will talk about indicators or metrics for various sustainability aspects using socioeconomic and infrastructure data. But developing them is a highly interdisciplinary task. Besides talking more theoretically, I will also show you how this was applied in a project for a specific energy system design question. Well, there are numerous options to integrate critical entities or services as district energy storages, cooling stations, or medical care services into urban environments, as indicated by the figures. But how do we assess which solution is better? This becomes more challenging and complex when considering local environments or districts and needs alongside the broader urban context. For example, for achieving urban resilience, how can we compare various options in an integrative and robust way? I'm not just talking about increasing resilience and sustainability as top goals. I'm rather aiming for high levels of both. My hypothesis is that finding solutions with high degrees of resilience and sustainability isn't necessarily about investing more money. Even we have more money, but it's not only money. It's more about comprehensively understanding and measuring resilience and sustainability in a new way and exploring a potential solution space that includes options we could not find with conventional methods. That's an opportunity for mathematics as well and AI to help us to find solutions with high degrees of sustainability and resilience. And I compare this paradigm to finding low-hanging fruits hidden in a dense thicket. So before we start planning, we need to understand how critical infrastructure design impacts resilience, sustainability, equity, and well-being in cities, especially under uncertain future conditions, emerging hazards and high uncertainties, not only caused by climate change, but also by the transformation itself must be considered. Smart cities and increasing digitalization bring new challenges, including cyber attacks and endogenous hazards caused by complex network system design. As critical services become more digitalized and automated, what happens if data networks become congested more and more often, leading to failures or longer waiting times for smart critical services? Urban transformation offers a unique chance to explore various infrastructure design options and promising pathways that address multiple SDGs. Here I want to relate urban resilience to the functioning of critical services in a city. Concepts like the 15-minute city, which gained prominence during the COVID-19 pandemic, aim to ensure accessibility to essential services within a short distance. This concept covers several aspects of SDGs, as for example, good health and well-being and the accessibility of critical services. But taking urban resilience seriously means to consider accessibility to critical services, not only under some critical circumstances, but also in the aftermath of big disasters, which include large energy failures. This is directly linked to well-being, and we need to combine the basic idea of the 15-minute city concept with the question of equity as well, and thereby especially considering socially vulnerable groups. Here, a main question is who decides what is essential as critical services. How can we adapt concepts like the 15-minute city to infrastructure design, such as the additional placement of critical services like healthcare facilities? The 15-minute city concept focuses on accessibility to various services, for instance, within a 15-minute walk, which has to be reflected, especially in view of disastrous events or energy blackouts. And this, of course, indirectly impacts the well-being of the urban population. For such phases, urban and local populations should co-decide what should be accessible in terms of proximity and criticality of services. And this needs informed decision-making in infrastructure planning should be fair and democratic. So losing the voices of socially vulnerable groups can lead to neglecting their needs, decreasing their well-being, and increasing inequity. So when adapting the 15-minute city concepts, we should aim for a sophisticated approach that considers socially vulnerable groups to achieve higher levels of resilience and equity in the long term. I won't delve deeply into the 15-minute city concept, but will adapt its core purpose to urban energy infrastructure. This involves ensuring accessibility to functional and basic critical services during energy failures, which might be caused by future natural hazards like prolonged heat waves, which can also happen in Central Europe in the future. The idea of equity-based accessibility to critical services should be structurally embedded in the urban transformation and energy transition, with the main target of achieving sustainable and cities with a high degree of resilience. Urban resilience involves an understanding of the consequences of cascading effects from energy failures and also of the dynamics of needs and demands for critical services, especially during catastrophic events, especially for socially vulnerable groups who may have mobility constraints, which is linked to the topic of this conference, namely dynamics of critical infrastructure. Adapting the aforementioned core question to urban resilience and sustainable energy system leads to the following question. How can urban renewable energy system design promote resilience in terms of reducing the risk of critical service failures due to main energy grid failures induced by, for example, natural hazards? A key element in designing urban energy systems to promote resilience is the aforementioned criticality of services, which can be assessed through various methods, including the direct assessment by stakeholders. It's clear that infrastructure planning intersects with spatial planning, as entities as, for example, district energy storages need space. A general question would be, are there energy system design or planning patterns that promote urban resilience and mitigate negative impacts on the urban population more effectively than others, potentially by applying criticality of critical infrastructure or services? I think it makes sense to pursue this further. I would like to mention here in advance that I have a certain design element in mind for urban energy systems, namely local energy districts, which could be developed in conjunction with so-called microgrids, and I will explain in a few minutes in a very simplistic way what microgrids are. Now, considering socially vulnerable groups, well, this is crucial, as already said, in co-determining the criticality of services in infrastructure planning, because it's reflecting somehow their needs, their specific needs. But this means that their voices must be heard. In this sense, especially local energy communities or energy districts can play a significant role in urban transformation. In the ongoing process of further developing energy districts, decisions on integrating infrastructure like district energy storages or photovoltaics should be made by the local community. This type of participation can increase economic prosperity and make clean energy affordable, and thus address various SDGs at once. But it's not only on integrating energy infrastructure, it's also on decisions referring to critical services in general, based on local and urban population needs that should be negotiated by the whole community. Equity in decision-making is essential. neglecting minorities, such as socially vulnerable groups, can lead to their needs being overlooked. This means that forming energy districts or local energy communities where these groups are minorities may increase the risk of losing their voices and thus produce more inequity. Another aspect is that the development potential for all urban communities in the city should be similar. So no local energy district should be disadvantaged in terms of spatial siting potential and opportunities for infrastructure integration. It is clear that equity-based local decision-making, considering the full urban context, can promote sustainability and resilience in the long term. Thus, a key question in this talk is whether urban energy system designs foster equity or undermine it, potentially affecting sustainability developments in the long term. Some design patterns may promote equity more than others, leading to higher degrees of sustainability. However, equity-oriented solutions might not always lead to more resilient solutions and vice versa, which becomes clear when I talk later about urban microgrids and local energy communities and their planning. So I now will talk a little bit about historic facts, but I'm not an expert in that. So I just want to mention, but in my research, I just with a colleague, I found some interesting historic aspects which I would like to relate to modern design questions. So before I showcase the various thoughts on setting up urban energy districts or local energy communities or microgrids, which are terms that I will use interchangeably, I want to briefly discuss the historic example of urban planning and relate some basic ideas and principles that can play a role in modern urban energy system planning. So let's talk about Otto Neurath, who studied philosophy, economics, and mathematics. From the 1920s onward, the Austrian Association for Settlements and Small Gardens, which was headed by Otto Neurath, tried to find ways to reconcile the sprout of wild settlements and occupations by poor citizens and migrants in terms of formal urban planning. Throughout his career, Neurath promoted bottom-up democracy and co-design by encouraging participation, strengthening citizen education, integrating local materials and knowledge into urban design, and educating citizens. Urban design, as Neurath put, it should be measuring itself by the needs of the people in the street. The 1920s and 30s were also, as mentioned today already, the time when electricity providers expanded into Vienna's streets and private households. Neurath and his followers considered this early 20th century energy transition an important aspect of urban design, particularly its socio-technical consequences. And with the help of Neurath's Museum of Society for Society and Economy, they made early endeavors towards energy literacy, enhancing citizens' understanding of the contemporary energy transition from gas to electricity by explaining the uses of electricity. With a forward-looking concern for urban resilience, they pointed to the risks of blackouts through increasing centralization of energy supply. They warned of the danger that disturbance will cast whole districts into the dark and will cause a standstill of all machinery. The Vienna legacy of citizen-centered urban design has left a clear socio-spatial imprint on the city's history and memory. Today, the benefits of urban democracy is a democracy in terms of citizen integration, participation, and well-being are considered long-term effects of this history, contributing to Vienna's top positions in numerous urban quality of life indices. So besides Neurath's awareness of new risk associated with electricity, we face similar concerns today regarding the stability and resilience of future renewable energy systems. There's another parallel between Neurath's approach and modern urban energy system planning, namely the basic idea of incorporating socioeconomic data into planning. In our case, this refers to designing urban local energy communities in order to increase urban resilience, well-being, and equity. Now, I finally start talking about a concrete example of urban energy system planning, where all these normative and philosophical aspects and considerations are converging for a certain planning question, namely the planning of local energy communities. This was the main objective of an international and interdisciplinary research project where colleagues from foundational and applied resilience and sustainability research were involved, and researchers from the National Renewable Energy Lab Annual and the University of North Carolina at Charlotte, UNCC in the US, who brought in practical resilience engineering because they are facing more hurricanes than we are. And a very good use case and good data for our study. The results of this project were finally published in Nature Sustainability last year, and I would like to talk about this more. So we narrowed the aforementioned fundamental question, planning question, to urban and microgrid planning. Microgrids are, so as I said, it's a simplified definition. I know there are a lot of different definitions, but I just want to highlight the core ideas of microgrids here. So they are small localized energy systems that can generate, store, and distribute energy independently or in conjunction with the main energy grid, which means that microgrids make energy systems more resilient per se. Referring to my earlier question about backup capacities for critical services in 2045, when diesel is not available anymore or not allowed anymore, sustainable microgrids would offer a systematic way to protect these services effectively and efficiently. The first obvious planning step is the determination of spatial boundaries for microgrids, or what we call microgrid districting. So you can see this idea visually exemplified on the left, showcasing the enormous degrees of boundaries that can be designed. On the right, you see the same idea applied to 3 microgrids areas in our project use case, which was the New Hanover County, North Carolina in the US, given with green and violet and pink. And this is just an example. We adapted the fundamental question I mentioned in the beginning in the following way: to what degrees can microgrid spatial design and boundaries enhance resilience and well-being, promote sustainability, and promote equity? And surprisingly, this question was asked for the very first time by us, and we also provided a positive answer for focusing on electricity. So let's dive into the methodology, but just a little bit, starting with measuring different aspects of sustainability and resilience. So instead of stating a real formula, I want to explain the nature of the proposed indicators or metrics, focusing on some key aspects. The metrics refer to an urban microdistricting solution and not to a single microgrid. So starting with resilience, we consider it as the ability to maintain critical service during power failures, ensuring well-being amid disruptions, especially for socially vulnerable groups. So energy systems are critical infrastructure, and through cascading effects, downstream critical services needing energy for their proper functioning are affected. Well, in these graphics, you see the pictures that are always shown when technical resilience experts are talking about resilience. You see that displayed in, well, all what I talked in a simplistic way in terms of drops of corresponding quality or performance indicators in the power system, leading to drops in the urban critical service downstream systems. So such disturbances, of course, finally impact well-being, where here well-being is a very broad topic, but we relate well-being to the accessibility and to functional critical services, basic services. So shed some light on the metrics, also based on the data we had in our project, including information on critical infrastructure in New Hanover County and their criticality, which was assessed by local stakeholders. So this is displayed in the left figure. And also information on the social vulnerability of households, which we derive from the social vulnerability index. I don't know if this still is reachable today. I'm not sure, but it was Maybe the homepage is blocked now, I don't know. But there was a way to access this data in the US, and we used it and we projected it to this county. So we proposed two resilience metrics, R1 and R2, and I just explained its nature. There's no formula I want to show. It's measuring the density of critical services per community or microgrid. And a large R1 value indicates a low probability of multiple very critical service failures occurring at once. And the other one, R2, is measuring homogeneous distribution of very critical services over all microgrids. And a large R2 value indicates a high probability of finding all relevant critical services within each microgrid. And I want to relate this to the 50 minutes concept. So, I've already noticed that there's a sort of connection between urban energy system design in this. So with this perspective of introducing communities and the 15-minute city concept associated with the R2 I mentioned before. So namely, a high R2 value means that if single microgrids communities fail, but others are still running, the probability is high that citizens will find running critical services nearby or at least within the city. Thus, maximizing both metrics, R1 and R2, would systematically protect critical services in urban environments. I want to emphasize that both metrics used the information on criticality of services as an intermediate conclusion. We have that co-designing urban resilient energy systems starts with involving the urban population when it comes to the criticality assessment. So another important ingredient for designing urban resilient energy systems is an understanding of the types of hazards expected and the impact on the urban energy system. So you would start with historic data on natural hazards impacting the city, which due to climate change maybe increase in frequency and impact. Here you see data on power failures in this county, which followed as the landfall of a specific hurricane. It was Hurricane Florence in 2018, and it's evolving in 12-hour steps. But due to increased digitalization in energy systems, you should add to that also man-made hazards. We already heard today, and there will be some other keynotes on this, cyber attacks, especially in times when you are already suffering from a natural disaster. So this would lead to total microgrid failures, which can cause large urban areas to suffer from power blackout suddenly. So, but unfortunately, this is a form of this is a form of modern warfare, and there are several publications on this, and we should take this scenario very seriously. And it's in the following, the remainder of my talk, I would like to talk about baseline scenarios or baseline hazard scenarios that are foundational for all the studies that you will see. Now I want to shed some more light on the well-being concept already mentioned so often without really defining what well-being is. So, but I will do it very, very shortly here. So the well-being refers to the accessibility of functioning critical services in relation to social vulnerability. And this understanding of well-being adapts the so-called capability approach of Amartya Sen, but there are also other approaches similar to that who won a Nobel Prize. We adapted this capability approach and applied it to the baseline scenarios in New Hanover County, which had 3 microgrids, as you can see in the left figure again. And you can see the corresponding aggregated well-being losses in the right figure. And the darker red indicates more well-being losses. So in an immediate insight, which comes without any further calculations, you don't need any math. It's just a way of looking on urban energy systems through the lens of microgrid design, is that multiple microgrids per city would greatly enhance resilience in this sense, in this extreme sense maybe, compared to having none or just one, which is foreseen in common strategies. So common strategies in the US, so I know at least, they overlook complete microgrid failures, which can be caused by cyber attacks in the future. And we're talking about infrastructure that should work in the future, so in the next decade. So building such systems should take into account that microgrids can also fail. They are part of the solution, but they can also be attacked and just fail. And having this in mind should be a guiding aspect in this on the way of energy system transformation in cities. So when discussing equity, I refer to two concepts. It's a broad topic again. We narrowed it to two concepts, contexts. The first context aims to ensure equal development opportunities and to avoid cherry picking. And in the upper left and right figures, you see data on available space for integrating infrastructure like district energy storages, which might be maybe quite crucial in future urban energy systems that are more emphasizing these baseline scenarios and want to protect themselves or some critical elements inside. So district or large energy storages are of interest in different countries. And the bottom left figure shows data on photovoltaic rooftop potentials in this county. And to promote equity and avoid cherry picking, it would be desirable to design microgrid areas in such a way that all microgrids have equal development options in the long term with integration potentials equally distributed. So it's maybe sounding a little bit idealistic, but this was equity perspective we applied. The main target of the second equity context is to ensure that within a microgrid or energy community, socially vulnerable groups, I mentioned them very often today, are actively included in the process of fair decision making. So for this equity context, we introduced a new term of energy gerrymandering, which is inspired by the partisan gerrymandering in the US. This term has a negative connotation since boundaries of electoral districts are manipulated in such a way that votes are lost, and this distorts representation. So I come to this a little bit later, but based on these considerations, we introduced two metrics measuring equity in the both contexts, so E1 and E2, again 2. So E1 is measuring cherry picking, and a large value of E1 indicates equal distribution and siting potentials across all microgrids. E2 measures the balanced distribution of socially vulnerable groups per microgrid or local energy community, and a large E2 value indicates a low risk of energy gerrymandering, which means that the risk of losing the representation of socially vulnerable groups would be low. It's not guaranteeing anything. It's not saying that then everything runs. It's just talking about risks. It might be just more, well, we need more efforts to invite all the different groups. It's possible, but it maybe needs more resources. And if you have well-balanced representation of different groups in a per community, maybe it's better. There are some arguments, and it's described in the paper I mentioned. But if you have questions, we can discuss later about this more. But the major idea is the gerrymandering term is if you're just starting defining such communities in cities, the question is, does it play a role to look on the different shares of socioeconomic backgrounds and groups? Is there any implication? So this is a major question. So talking about transformation means that people are invited to, or should be invited to co-decide, co-design, and so on. And if you're just doing it in some way, I mean, participation and democracy are nice terms, but sometimes there are some unfairness maybe we're not seeing. So, and it's open for discussion. But nevertheless, the metrics I discussed belong to different dimensions, and I'm not saying that's all what can be said about assessing microgrid solutions in cities. It's just talking about different aspects. This was maybe the first time, and we also introduced costs, but we not fully addressed all costs, but we can also discuss about this. But there are different dimensions for this planning. There's have socioeconomic implications and implications for well-being, and and consequently, I mean, we can talk about. So this was a qualitative description of certain aspects, but there was a step to quantifying them, and I think this is a very important thing to make decision making more transparent. So first, we start talking about qualitative aspects, but if it comes to decision making in planning, maybe some numbers are also good, just to make solutions more comparable. But it always starts with qualitative. It's very important to start with qualitative discussions. And this was the same here. In this project, we started very qualitative. We talked about what can happen. We talked about minorities. We talked about potentials and so on and so on. And at the end, it was possible to just make some mathematical expressions out of it. So now it's getting a little bit more mathematical in this sense, but so we don't go through this formula. But just it's more simple. For those of you who are familiar with, for example, multi-criteria decision analysis, it looks quite familiar maybe. So we have the different properties. So you use a city planner, a stakeholder, local government. If you are talking about the future of your city, you have to talk about priorities, and you can emphasize different aspects more than others. And the omegas here are just representing the different weights you could choose. You could say, okay, we don't care about equity because we have not understood what it means, for example. So we can make choices here in terms of prioritization. So it's the same formula, but so it's just a symbol now. I want to get a little bit more mathematical, but not too deep. But it's very important for me to make the transition from qualitative discussion to measuring some aspects of interest and relevance, and to the final step of decision making and planning. So where we need also something, and the something is mathematics, for example. So because we have enormous complexity, and I want to show you this. So once priorities were set, so the omega, the real numbers behind it, and the city decided to go for this cost function, we can make integrative assessments. So we can compare different districting solutions and try to find optimal solutions. And in our use case, it was a very small county in North Carolina. We considered certain existing power grid structure. So we don't want to build things from scratch. We have to, because also from an cost efficiency point of view and a sustainability point of view, we also want to use the structures we already have. So we used the structure we already had there, and there was some grid structure we want to use as building blocks for building or defining microdistricts. And a simple abstraction is to consider these building blocks as nodes in a grid. And by connecting them, we form the districts. So, and here we have 3 microdistricts, and we see 3 options with corresponding total quality score. Maybe you cannot see, I don't know. Can you see? So we have this, well, this is my, I don't know, is there a pointer? Oh. Okay. So this is like, well, this is the real situation. We have these different polygons or areas there. These are my building blocks. I just made this abstract description, just make a nice regular grid. So it's the same situation. It's no big change. It makes things more explainable. And then I say, okay, I can form different nodes somehow, and these nodes will become my district, technically, and then my community. So, and we have, you see, we have here 3 options, and we have different, so from the assessment point of view, different scores. And you see, okay, these are just 3 examples. And so it might take some time to find very good ones. So just by hand. Okay, and even in this situation, we only have 64 building blocks in this county. For finding districting solutions, let's say 3, and the 3 is just a choice. We have a solution space of about 10 to the 30 options, 1 with 30 zeros. So this is very big. And you want to find a good one. I mean, that's the purpose. Yeah, it's a very and you can make things with hand. You can know, and I think it's good to just introduce this little mathematics here to showcase. So the final step, so for me at least, would be coming from the qualitative discussion to the measurement, having the different dimensions, and then going to the real planning step needs something which helps in finding good options. So so in our situation, we struggled a little bit with this, and it was not the goal to find the best optimizer in the world, but it was more important to have the question, the very basic question I mentioned in the beginning. So we have now the integrative assessment of different aspects, and now I want to show you some results because there are differences in solutions, and that's very important just to raise awareness of this issue, talking about resilience in urban situations and local communities. There are really big differences. And so we compared a mere economic districting solution, which consists of 3 microgrids, communities with a micro-districting solution consisting of 6 microgrids, and the latter one considering equity, well-being, urban resilience, and cost simultaneously. And we conducted a well-being study against a wide range of baseline scenarios. And this study showed that well-being issue losses with a mere economic solution were much higher than with a balanced microgrid districting solution, as can be seen by the darker red. So this is one slide explaining everything, more or less. There's measurement behind. We have so the different options are not costing, so they cost the same. So it's a matter of planning. It's not a matter of investing more. This was one of my first statements. I'm not doing any big simulations. It's not like having microgrid networks simulated. It's only on looking on this socioeconomic gerrymandering aspect and failure scenarios, assuming that the microgrids are doing their job, maybe partially not, but so it doesn't need any big network engineering modeling. It's just on looking on areas, districts. Yeah. A next step would to make this more, better to improve this would to include also microgrid simulation models, but this was not needed for this statement. So I come to the end more and more. So and I want to highlight the main things for this in this keynote. I have mentioned it many times now, but I want to highlight this again. So what I've shown you so far strongly motivates that for infrastructure design, especially critical network designs, inter- and transdisciplinary research can make a huge difference in achieving higher levels of resilience and sustainability, including engineering and social science. So we needed grid information, critical infrastructure, data, but also socioeconomic data. And we talked about metrics. And metrics are always done in an interdisciplinary manner, so all together. There are qualities of resilience and sustainability where metrics are yet to be developed. So it's a science field. It's not like that all the metrics are there. We just picked them and no, they were developed. And it was just a start. I think there's a lot of science now going on in this area, social science. But developing applicable metrics, we need, of course, data. I mean, it's just not that we can think and discuss, but if there's no data, we cannot do anything. So and maybe the data situation changes, or we can be motivated by such studies that more socio-economic data gets more in a granularity that's really of practical value, more available. And a slogan could be, let's measure more comprehensively and more accurately socioeconomic and socio-technical aspects, which could be better achieved with increasing digitalization in the direction of smart cities. And better measurements of sustainability and resilience are great, but it's more important to make integrative measurements and comparison of different infrastructure solutions, which then enabled for decision making in a transparent way. But however, integrative assessment sounds good, but we need some math again to make different qualities comparable. As I mentioned before, well, in a transparent way. This means that interdisciplinarity here includes not only engineering and social science, but also mathematics. Comparing some solutions manually is great, but as you have seen, for some infrastructure design questions, like urban energy system planning, there are degrees of freedom and a lot of complexity. And even with the best experts in the world, you can't always see the best solutions with your eyes, all the more if you are also consider consequences of design. And it's clear that help from mathematics and information science and the usage of AI would be a great assistance in exploring the vast space of potential solutions. So to return to the metaphor of low-hanging fruits, I want to emphasize that the presented methodology is about developing tools to better explore and understand critical infrastructure designs and their consequences for the SDGs. And in this way, we find solutions that lead to higher degrees of sustainability and resilience, which were not previously visible as low-hanging fruits, but lie somewhat more hidden and can be found using such methods and tools. And again, I want to emphasize this is interdisciplinary research, which we absolutely need to do this. Now, my last slide. So I want just to make a compact summary of and the final conclusions of my talk. So urban microgrid and energy district planning impacts various aspects of SDGs simultaneously. Socioeconomic consequences were used as design criteria. So it was not an assessment afterwards. It was used already in some way in the design. There's a critical need for, and I say it again because it's so important, for interdisciplinary research, because without these integrated metrics, infrastructure planning may prioritize single SDGs and overlook others, preventing high levels of sustainability and resilience. And finally, so however, advanced methods for optimization applying mathematics and AI are needed, since finding robust solutions is quite hard due to the large complexity. And finally, it makes sense to pursue this further. I hope you also see it now, as we have shown that it can make a difference in resilience and sustainability for reaching higher levels of both and finding hidden low-hanging fruits. So thank you for your attention. That's it.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. It's all over the low-hanging hidden fruits. Our hidden lunch is behind there. Maybe the way is easy to find them. But now we come to a discussion, and please.
Thank you for that really interesting talk. Thanks, Michael Knott from TU Darmstadt, political scientist, and we are working interdisciplinary with Florian Steinke, engineer, on exactly not the same, but similar questions. And I would like to ask you, I understood you are looking at the grid, you're like reconfiguring the existing grid to have the microgrids. What I don't understand quite well now is if you have a long-lasting blackout, where's the electricity coming from in these microgrids? I mean, you can use the solar panels, you need the storage be fixed already in a way that it can be an island, and so on and so on. And there are critical questions which are critical for your data, as you mentioned, because actually in Germany, we would not be able to say something about the solar potential. I mean, we have solar cataster, we see where they are, but we don't know exactly how much electricity they would feed in, and they cannot feed it in any house, so we don't know actually which storages the people have in their cellars, and if they are Schwarzstromfähig, whatever that is in English. And so data is really crucial for your grid planning, and then I mean, since Trump, I was wondering, I mean, gerrymandering is, can that be misused? how fast you can reconfigure again the microgrids to have what we say vote seeking means, having white districts which get the electricity and others are not getting them. I mean, how robust is that?
So, no. Thank you very much for these, I think, 2 questions. Yes. Okay. So, so it was done with a project together with the US colleagues because they were already in this project in this county, and it was very important to discuss the scenarios that were basically the foundation of all this. And the East Coast situation, it's a little different to the West Coast in the US. So there are less wildfires, but more hurricanes. And we talked about a transmission grid failure. And then basically used the island capabilities of these microgrid. We haven't done any or conducted any real technical power flow simulation of different scenarios. We haven't put any storages or technical entities inside. So just where, if we want to go for such a system, we give you some maybe more motivation to do that, because what the DOE is now doing in Puerto Rico, for example, they're having also microgrid solutions, but it's mostly just putting one city into a microgrid. I mean, that's not. That's what it, and it's good, better than nothing. But it's like looking more or closer to that. It makes sense to look into the city itself, and this was overlooked. And one reason for me, I think it was that one type of scenario was completely overlooked, and this was that microgrid failures can happen. And the idea of so black start capabilities and such. This would be a next step in our project to go to to look on this in more technical details. It would be very interesting to also look on microgrids that are interconnected, like interconnected management, transactional energy, and so on. But this was not so. It was the very start for having a socio-economic look on this, and the gerrymandering. So it was. I think it was information science which has started to adapt this term, which is partisan information gerrymandering, and we thought about energy gerrymandering, but it's not exactly the same definition. So we are talking more about minorities that are existing and the risk of having these minorities systematically produced, maybe unintentionally, and then going on with participation. But these groups are never maybe have a big chance to raise their voices. In theory, yes, but in practice. So last sentence maybe. So one maybe message between the lines was I talked about energy storage location. And so we know you have a lot of different types of heat, power, energy storages, and one maybe I would say opinion is too strong, but a way of thinking was that maybe it makes sense to look more on these district solutions rather than on the households having their own capacities. So this is another discussion, because I think having from a resilience and network perspective, so from a manageability perspective, it makes sense. From a fairness perspective, it makes sense because not everybody can afford storage, a battery, so on. And therefore it makes sense to look on these potentials. And we don't say anything about, do we put it there or here? It's more like we have our building blocks where our medium voltage circuit boundaries existing. You can work with switches and so on, circuit breakers, and say, okay, then with the potentials, work with the potential, but you can decide it. So it was on transformation. So we haven't said that, okay, it's like you have to do it this and that way. You as a community can decide investing more on this or that, but at least they have the same starting situation. And this was the idea to talk about transformation, but it's more like a transformation process which is done in co-design manner. So this was the main message. Somehow addressed maybe your questions.
Yeah, thanks. Further questions?
Okay, I have a big box here. All right. Thank you very much for
for your talk. I happen to just return from North Carolina yesterday, so it's very vivid. I think the main message of your talk was to tell us something about a kind of planning methodology, and I think that's where you seem to be very innovative, as far as I can tell, and a kind of planning philosophy. But it also seems to me that with this planning methodology, you are running into a certain very difficult situation as we look on the one hand at Otto Neurath's Vienna, and on the other hand at, let's say, the New Hanover County in North Carolina. Because what you can actually show, which I think I saw from your slides and was very interesting, what you can actually show that these are not just topographically and geographically sort of very distinct kind of places, Vienna and this kind of county, but that with each place comes its own political philosophy. And the question is how you can, in some sense, transfer what you get from the Otto Neurath inspiration to this other kind of place. And that's, I wonder how you run into difficulties there. I mean, Otto Neurath is a modernist, right? Vienna is a sort of modernist construct, a Marxist, Vienna Circle, logical empiricism, all of these things that Otto Neurath stands for, a very scientific view with Marxist sort of infusions. And on the other hand, you have this kind of place where people are already, even when things are going well, sort of half off the grid, and also have all kinds of local kind of maybe already experiences. And if you want to mobilize people, they don't live anywhere near like together. They live sort of spread out. So it's not just about what do they share in terms of their social vulnerabilities, but what do they even share in terms of their communicative connections and their infrastructure, generally speaking. I mean, can we even speak about a shared infrastructure when people are so dispersed? So anyway, so I wonder how this sort of translation works and what difficulties you encounter.
Okay, thank you very much for this question. So you're an Otto Neurath expert. So it was not like that we so Otto Neurath was not part of the paper I mentioned. So it wasn't. So after consideration, we had I talked with a historian guy, researcher, and actually he made some studies and he found Otto Neurath, and I just took this idea, to be honest, and and the main idea was this idea of formal design patterns, that you just using some data that are not for infrastructure data, that are not merely technical. So having socioeconomic data so we are talking about the needs, we're talking about 50-minute city concept and its core meaning. So it's talking about basic needs, and they maybe change in the future because the needs are changing. We're talking about capability approach, another big term. So maybe this has to be evaluated from time to time. So it's again a transformation thing, I think, because it's very local. So the idea was that if we start this process in some way, we have to collect the different needs, the philosophies, of course. And in this case, from New Hanover County, there were these community leaders that are like, these were the stakeholders, they know their communities. And it was one way to get the understanding of the needs on criticalities, for example. But it was not like this Marxist view at being adapted to New Hanover County. It was more like the methodology to use other data than only to avoid cherry picking, just some infrastructure data, because it was very economically beneficial for some utility provider to do that. Just thinking about a 10, 15, 20 years process, starting with this and having this long-term consequences in mind. So if we want to have smart cities and smart governance and have one democracy and all these nice, fancy features, where do we start? And I think this could be like a germ, like these committees, because energy is very super critical. Maybe it makes sense to go to start somehow there. Because the well-being studies, last sentence, I have to stop now, I think, as a business researcher, I always face the problem to explain resilience to engineers, because you have these curves, and that's okay. But what does it mean really? So in terms of well-being, for example, can you use well-being as a quality of life? And I picked out the social vulnerable groups because in this New York County, so as was told by my colleagues, they always stay there. They don't move. They need a community kitchen, for example, something like which is giving them food and water. And this was so like the situation we had as a starting situation, but they're not planning this way. It was more forward-oriented, future-oriented. But it's not too much theory. It's more like a process we would like to advertise, and in each city it looks different, but it's like the same methodology.
Yeah, thanks. Further questions? Yes. The box. Oh, box.
Is this a microphone? Okay. All right. I didn't know this was a microphone. Yeah, my question is kind of getting into that transferability and the idea of case study cities. Energy is not my expertise at all, but I did grow up in North Carolina, so maybe I have some background. I'm curious if you were to create different typologies based on kind of the cities that you've seen that you've seen this development in, what type of factors would you use to kind of define different types? Does that have to do with population or urban form, the spatial dimensions of the city? Yeah, kind of what factors would you use based on these experiences to create different typologies that could be applied?
You mean typologies of cities?
Typologies of cities for this energy application.
Yeah. So I pretended that this is more or less, so from a methodological point of view, adaptable to any city. It's like a generic way of going on. So what does it mean? So I start with the metrics. The metrics were have a universal flavor. And then, of course, where's the data coming from? I mean, the data is crucial, otherwise the metrics are not getting operational. So what we use only here, and I would say it's not the end of the story. It was the two aspects of equity, and let's say three. So the accessibility of critical services in times where some energy failures is occurring. So this is what our resilience scenario is. Yeah? And that's like I just try to formulate in more generic terms. So because when I'm doing it in this way, you can see it's the same maybe in other cities as well, but it depends on the data you have. So talking about proximity, talking about accessibility, I mean, these are things you can discuss in each city. So typology is maybe too big term, but I would say many people need basic services. So let's start to talk about basic services and what they think is basic for them. And this was also part of methodology, just to have this co-design element already in making asking people, involving people as stakeholder into the evaluation of what is critical, what is basic for me. This is a process. This can be done in some way. I have not explained how, but it's very, very, very essential. And then the other, so we just talked about energy, but it's like also talking about critical service entities, like think about climate change and heat waves, and think about cooling stations in the future. It's a critical entity. It will become a critical entity in the future. And people maybe can decide in the community about this. So, but it could be also a heating center or whatever. So at the end, the metrics are not caring exactly about what we want to plan. It's more like, okay, what's needed for the local community, which can decide about what its need is, and then and all I want to say as a final conclusion, we always talked about potentials. So if doing this for different reasons, you have more than one microgrid, and you have done it in such a way that different potential for siting whatever you want to site somewhere is decided by the communities, but at least they have equal potentials. So it's like more like this generic way of describing the methodologies is somehow implying that it's adaptable in a sense, but you always need, of course, the data.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe one short question because we are running in the critical lunchtime. I think no. Then thank you very much for questions and answers. And now please enjoy the food and enjoy the sun. And we will be back here in around 1 hour. Thank you very much.
technological infrastructure. I'm happy to welcome you to our first panel of this 3-day conference. It's on mobilities and transport infrastructures. And we have 3 amazing, interesting presentations. First by Dr. Sean Williams, who is a postdoctoral research fellow at the Center for Transport and Mobility in Aberystwyth University in the United Kingdom. And he has his core research interests in mobilities, transport planning, and infrastructure design. And alongside his research, he also works as a transport professional in the UK. And in his dissertation, he explained how app data volunteered by cyclists inform transport planning. And today, he will give a presentation named From Cycling Data to Infrastructure Design, Tensions Between Auditor Subjectivity and Technical Precision. And the panel will be structured that we will have those 3 presentations, and then a short round of questions for comprehensions, and then a slightly longer discussion in the end. So, Sean Williams, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. I'm Sean. I work as a transport researcher in the UK, but also as a transport professional. For this talk, I'm going to be focusing on experiences working as a transport professional in the delivery of cycling infrastructure. For this conference, my abstract, I stated, cycling needs infrastructure and cities and towns need cycling. Now we'll come back to that statement at the end. More cycling reduces traffic congestion, reduces vehicle emissions, and improves public health. Cycling infrastructures are critical infrastructures. But who decides which cycling infrastructures meet best practice design standards, and what are the consequences of these decisions? Taking the empirical example of one example of the UK of cycling audits, this paper seeks to provide a commentary, but not answers to these questions. Okay, so this talk will be structured in 3 parts. The first is I'll define what a route audit is. The main part of the presentation is to provide 3 examples from that audit. We'll be looking at the density of a network, time, delay on links, and effective width without conflict. And I conclude then with opportunities for further research. Okay, so this is the empirical example we'll be working with. Welsh Government is a devolved government of the United Kingdom, and in their active travel guidance, the statement for audit is a systematic assessment of walking or cycling infrastructure, of walking or a route, taking into account factors such as infrastructure type, dimensions, condition, as well as other contextual factors. So where do audits come from? This isn't a complete history. There's lots of research around walkability, for example, but from a policy perspective, a lot of sort of the initial work was found in the design for manual bicycle traffic. That's from the Netherlands. That was translated into English in 2016, or a copy was made available from 2016. There's examples now in the UK. So for United Kingdom, there's LTN 21, that's the level of service tool by Department of Transport. And the example we're looking at today, active travel act guidance, walking and cycling route audit tools. We'll only be looking at the cycling element. Now, don't worry that you can't read all of this. What this looks like, essentially, this is an Excel spreadsheet. There's 25 indicators, and as part of that, auditors, so this is transport professionals, would be required to make an assessment on each of those indicators, ranking them from 0 to 2. 0 being poor provision, 2 being good provision.
That could be done at a baseline level, and then after infrastructure is developed, then there would be consideration for a second audit to appraise that again. Now, again, don't worry about the fact you can't read all of this, but there's the design principles. You've got cohesion, directness, safety, and comfort, comfort and attractiveness. Those are the key 5 factors which you'll find in audits. And again, there's just a summary of the scoring. 0 if negative, and 2 if overwhelmingly positive. These scores have ramifications for policy, because depending on the score, if they meet a minimum design standard, then they qualify as meeting statutory requirements for all routes. Those then go onto a public map. Okay, so the next part of the presentation, I'll be talking about 3 examples where there's potential tensions between technical precision and subjectivity. So I'm going to go through those examples very quickly. Example 1, density of network. What should a cycling network look like? Cycle network should provide a mesh density, a grid of routes across a town or city, and that density is the distance between routes that make up a grid pattern. Essentially, cycle routes shouldn't end, they should connect to other routes. Example 2, time delay on links. The length of the delay caused by not being able to bypass slow-moving traffic. An auditor is required to confirm this whilst out on site. And there's an example there of what design guidance, a design element would be contained within the active travel guidance. Example 3, effective width without conflict. Consider the route and the type of provision against the minimal values. Auditor may need to assess the flows, so as traffic flows, to ascertain are they sufficient for the route's context. What this is showing here is, you can't quite see it, but depending on the traffic speeds and the volume of traffic, certain recommendations are put forward for cycling provision. Now, that's great. You get an idea, you can establish a baseline of what cycling provision can look like. But drawn upon working with these guidance, there are tensions between measurement and subjectivity. So what we're working with these guidance, all of them illustrate scope for subjectivity. For example 1, the questions which you can't easily capture into an audit. How might a dense cycling network afford mobility for a diversity of users? Example 2, how are cycling experiences, competencies, and values considered? And how is choice understood? Example 3, how is comfort understood? How are perceptions of cycling safety captured? Now, I'm arguing there's significant implications for mobilities here. What's quite difficult to capture in an audit is whose mobilities are being supported by data and appraisal audits, and ultimately, who are the beneficiaries, the perceived beneficiaries of an infrastructure? Which journeys are valued, journeys to work, multiple journeys, and how might cycling infrastructures empower or disempower cyclists and potential cyclists? So, in conclusion, it's quite easy to capture technical data regarding the provision of cycling provision, but the subjective qualities are not easily translated into quantitative scores. This paper does not challenge the need for best practice. Of course, we need to understand what makes safe cycling provision, for example. But in addition to audit consistency, which standardization affords, could there be additional work on audit consensus? I'll just go back, before I read that final point, just to go back to that first sentence I stated at the start. I stated, cycling needs infrastructure and cities and towns need more cycling. I'd revise that statement to say, cycling needs equitable infrastructure and towns and cities need diverse cycling. I'm arguing by continuously improving procedural guidance of this is just one element, the design guidance and the related appraisal mechanisms can support with this urgent policy ambition. I added yesterday. Just one more point on the uses of AI. It's possible, and there are research recommendations where you can automate that process. For example, using Google Street View, for example. This is a call to just to ensure that subjectivity isn't overlooked going forward. At the start, I also stated I provide a commentary but not answers. This is ongoing work, and I'd welcome any critical feedback and additional thoughts. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. That was quick, which offers us more time for comprehension or questions of comprehensions. And my colleagues will go around with this nice catch box. So are there any questions on this presentation? Yeah, Herr Nordmann? Just a second.
Just a quick question regarding diversity. Are we talking about diversity of people, like age-wise and different ethnic and so forth, cultural backgrounds, or are we also talking about diversity of bikes?
Well, it could be both. On the point of demographic diversity, there's examples from London between UK census data for the UK between 2001 and 2011. And despite significant increases in spend for cycling infrastructure, there was actually an observed negative impact upon age and gender diversity, for example. So in transport policy, planners, professionals need to be very mindful of not assuming that more cycling is an automatic good for cycling. We need to be very, very careful that it's not just providing provision, essentially, potentially for people who already cycle. So that's one thing. But as part of that, different types of cycling technologies should also be considered. So what are the assumptions of what cycling technologies are used may, for example, influence how this is scored. If you take a two-wheeled cycle technology compared with three-wheeled cycling technologies, then there would be different width considerations, the experience of being on a carriageway or within cycling provision. So that's a very good question. Thank you. Thanks.
All right, so if there are more any questions of comprehension, we will move on to our next panelist, who is Peter Bird, who will talk about, well, cycling histories in comparing three different cities. Peter Bird holds well, he's a practitioner as well as a researcher, and he holds a Master of Urban and Regional Planning from the University of Denver in Colorado, and also various awards for his planning project and activities. At the moment, he's a PhD candidate at Eindhoven University's Technology Cycling Cities Research Group, and his core research interests comprise the social and political components of mobility transitions in cities, with a particular focus on mobilizing histories of cycling and mobility change to elevate cycling today. So, yeah, please join me in welcoming Peter Bird.
Thank you. Thank you for that kind welcome. I can also add that I'm working with the Eindhoven University of Technology, but I actually live down the road in Heidelberg. So happy for the opportunity to come and see Darmstadt further away from the train station, which is what I normally do. And yeah, today I want to talk about kind of a connection between cycling histories and then cycling practice, with the idea that a lot of the challenges that practitioners and advocates are facing today, that I think there were some really good lessons in how people chose and how people didn't choose cycling in the past. And so actually one thing I want to say, my direct research comes from Minneapolis in the US, but I'm also bringing in similar research that others have done through my research program on Rotterdam and then on Johannesburg, to kind of bring in 3 cities, 3 continents, similar cycling story, but also key differences that we can learn from. So the practitioner approach, which I'm very familiar with, and I assume Sean also sees this a lot, is how do you get people out of cars? How do you get them onto bikes? The classic modal shift, whether that's through policy, through infrastructure, it's this classic, how do you change behavior? And I think that's a really interesting dynamic of having to implement things that cause people to change their behavior. And it's something where I think social sciences and humanities, including history, can really help us to have more robust understandings of what that looks like. Because the perspective that historians would have on this is, why did people as individuals choose to ride bikes or to do something else? What were the factors that influenced that decision? How did the choices they had, the mobility alternatives, how did those fit into historically relevant mobility hierarchies? And specifically, how did different mobility options fill strategic gaps for people in cities? And so the research institution that I work with is called Cycling Cities. And it essentially looks at the history of cycling in cities around the world, began in Europe, but has branched out slowly to offer more of a global perspective. I'm working on the first city from the Americas. And then I learned actually this morning that Yusuf is actually one of our authors for a book on across African cities. And so to bring in a more holistic understanding of the history of cycling, transportation, and city development. And what it does is it focuses around these 5 factors historically, kind of understanding how the urban form, cycling distances in the cities, how that influenced people's choice to or to not to ride bikes. The mobility alternatives to cycling, which we've talked about a little bit. Cycling as traffic policy, so the policy itself, how experts, how urban planners, how elected officials, how they prioritized or didn't prioritize cycling. The importance of social movements, and then the cultural connotation of cycling. And so today I'm going to focus on mobility alternatives, not only focusing on that, but really highlighting it, because all of these factors work together, they interact with each other, and they help to paint a picture in different cities of how cycling has developed. And so just a quick little bit about the 3 cities, Minneapolis, Rotterdam, Johannesburg, I think are unique because they're 3 different countries, they're 3 different continents. Each one of them, cycling in that city represents kind of a different, or represents kind of a specific view of cycling within its own national context. And then they're all very working class, blue collar cities that as they developed around industry, you can see how bicycles became something that was important and really necessary for commuting of certain types of workers. So for bicycle history, what happens pretty often is historians focus on 3 points in time. We look at the Victorian cycling of the 1890s, cycling as environmentalism in the 1970s, and then what we're in right now, a very sustainability-focused approach to cycling and cycling identity. And what I'm interested is the times in between, kind of how one slowly transitioned into the other, and how the decisions people took, how those reflected a changing social, political landscape, as well as national and global contexts. And so the chart you can see here plots out the best that we can do gathering cycling as a modal split across Minneapolis, Rotterdam, and Johannesburg. The dashed line for Johannesburg is based on the percentage of licenses given to bicycles compared to other vehicles. But what I hope is evident from here is that while the levels are different, the timing is slightly different. They kind of follow a similar trajectory of cycling rising initially, hitting a peak at different points, and then it starts to fall and stabilizes. And we're looking at kind of a bit of regrowth right now, but it's interesting to see really across all 3 cities, the similarity of that trajectory, but then also how big of a player cycling and bicycles were early in the 20th century, well before we were prioritizing cycling or treating that as sustainability, that it was a very utility option for people. And what I'm going to do is quickly go through each of the cities. Like I said, Minneapolis is the one that I did the actual primary research for, and so it's a bit heavier for Minneapolis than for the other 2. But just a little bit of placement. Minneapolis is in the northern, we call Midwest part of the U.S., central, and it was a city that developed around industry, around lumber and then grain milling. And the city itself was really built around these early mills and developed from there, which is really important for the urban development as well as for transportation that people used. early on, I was very excited to find these traffic counts from 1906 to 1911 that the Minneapolis city engineer conducted and presented to council. And you can see kind of how cycling, or how bicycles, how automobiles, and then horse-drawn or animal-driven vehicles, how that changes over a 6-year period. And so the initial thought is kind of showing the beginning of the bicycling and driving trajectory in the city. But what it misses, and one thing I want to focus on in this presentation, is it strategically doesn't count a lot of people, a lot of users that really define the system, the mobility system at the time. And so what you don't see on here are pedestrians. You don't see transit riders using streetcars and then eventually buses in the city. And what I've seen from my research is that really across all cities, but especially in Minneapolis, that in the first half of the 20th century, the mobility system was really defined around walking, around and riding public transit. And that's something that bicycles and cars as technologies, that's the system that they came into and that they challenged. And I'm also going to use lots of historic photos because I think that they're, one, just great, but they also help you to provide counter evidence to what a lot of the kind of official transportation planning, engineering narratives show. And so this is the street. It's really bright for me. Can you guys see this okay? Like it looks like it's, okay. So this is Nicollet Avenue, downtown Minneapolis in 1901. And so what you see here, not very many cars, but you see just tons of people walking. You see bicycles. This is the time period when bicycles were becoming commuting tools, very utility. And it also shows a street that was less about A to B transportation and more of an actual place where people met. They conducted business. There's children playing in the street. It was just a very different environment than we think of streets and transportation infrastructure today. Fast forward a little bit to 1907, and it gets a little more complicated. We've got our bicyclists still. We've got some horse-drawn vehicles. We've got the streetcar in the background, or a tram. But you still see elements of the old system with individuals who are walking across the street, no crosswalks, and none of that stuff. They're just walking through the street. Go a little further to 1923, and you start to see some more changes in the street. I feel like starts to become more familiar to the street that we're used to looking at right now, where it was not divided with painted lines, but still organized in a very traffic engineering, urban planning kind of way of separating by speed, by use. You've got a policeman in the center who's directing traffic. And what you also see is lots of cars in the street, driving, parking. But I think a piece that's really easy to miss is on the edges of the streets, that even though the picture itself is dominated by cars, there are still hordes of pedestrians on each side of it. I made an attempt to count them at one point and lost track as they got blurry in the back. But in this picture, it's upwards of 80% of the users on this street are walking, which is something that I think says a lot about what early streets during this time period were. Fast forward further into the 1960s, and it looks very familiar to streets we're used to looking at. But you still have lots of pedestrians there. And what I've found from Minneapolis specifically is that although cycling and bicycles can be seen kind of continually in photos and references and newspaper articles throughout the history of the city, they never rise to the similar levels that we see in a lot of especially Northwestern European cities. And what I can get at is that cycling started to reflect this very small gap that was left by a city where people could walk short distances and where they could take public transit these medium length distances. And so what it ends up being used for is people whose jobs require them to actually travel streets for their jobs. So you've got images here of an early police officer, an ice seller during World War II, and then in the 1970s, kind of this daily mobility, people who are not commuting as much or not using the bicycle to commute for a traditional industrial A to B commutes, but for a different type of mobility that I think is just as utility focused, but is a much smaller subset of workers. And then we compare that today to cycling as sustainability in what has become now a more auto-centric system. And so what I want to highlight at the end of this Minneapolis piece of it is kind of the change in the mobility system that bicycles and bicyclists operated in, from a walking, public transit heavy system into one that is more defined by automobility, but also in that people made their individual choices for how to get around. 5 minutes. Their individual choices for moving around based on the mobility gap in the systems that they were presented with. I will go quicker through the other two here, but Rotterdam, people know where Rotterdam is in the Netherlands, but you see a similar dynamic. So early in the 20th century, a lot more bikes in this one, but it's a street that was used for transportation, but not solely for that. Into the 1930s, and you see the same level of organization based around modes, separating by type of mode, but again, pedestrians, and in this case, a lot more cyclists who are pushed to the edges, but that by sheer numbers, definitely are much higher than the number of cars on the street. Even as Rotterdam urban planners and traffic engineers were planning their car-centric city, planning this infrastructure, they didn't quite have the number of drivers to actually fill all the infrastructure that was being planned for it. That a lot of it was very aspirational. And compared to Minneapolis, what you see in the mobility gap is this industrial workers, A to B commuting, where bicycles become a really important tool. There's a gap left between walking, public transit for bicycles to fill. And that's something that's in more modern times that's where the city's been successful in connecting public transit and cycling together, using each of those modes strategically to support the other one. And that's a big reason that that cycling and public transit have continued to be important pieces of the mobility system in the city. In Johannesburg, on the other hand, I'll go through these again, but it's a similar dynamic of the pedestrian and public transit driven system slowly transitioning into an auto-dominant one. What we see here is that a lot of where this is divided is based around race, where in a segregated city, both before and during apartheid, that there were two mobility systems that were operating simultaneously, where the provision of public transit accessibility was very different for white residents versus black residents. And bicycles came to fill this gap that was left by a racially segregated transportation system. And even as the distances for black workers increased and they moved away from bicycles as traditional A to B industrial commuting, they, similar to what we see in Minneapolis, they came to fill a very daily utility mobility gap that existed really within their communities as opposed to a traditional commuting dynamic. And so, as a conclusion, my urban planner background asks how do we increase cycling in this car system? How do we actually get people to move from cars to bikes or trains or buses or walking or whatnot? And what I would argue from this analysis of 3 cities, but looking at the historical role that mobility gaps came and how that influenced people's mobility choices, is that in all these cases, cycling, it filled a very specific mobility gap that existed in an overall system, in a mobility hierarchy. And that as people who are trying to elevate that we should focus on kind of what that gap is or could be in different cities, in the cities we work in, to be able to provide the options for a type of mobility trip that's needed, where there is something missing. And then finally, that infrastructure in all 3 of these cities, it reflected aspirations more than reality at the time. That looking at infrastructure as historical evidence paints a picture that doesn't always line up with what we can see from looking at people on streets, images of how people moved about, as well as individual accounts of transportation in the city. And so as we prioritize infrastructure, I think we should also be cognizant of what infrastructure can and cannot do, and its limitations in actually changing individuals' behavior. Thank you.
Thank you for that interesting talk. Are there any questions that need to be answered right away? Questions of understanding? Yeah, there's one in the back.
Hi, thanks. Very interesting. I was in Minnesota, Minneapolis, 2 or 3 years ago in the winter, and I think weather is probably one reason why people don't cycle, at least in that time of the year. So I'd be interested in your thoughts on climate and other big factors. I was in Joburg about 10 years ago, and when I asked, could I walk down the road to visit my students' hotel, the porter in the hotel laughed at me because you don't walk in Johannesburg, and it's probably equally dangerous to cycle. So there were these big factors as well. And another one is localization of home's work. I'm from China, so the reason why bicycles dominated Maoist China was mainly because everybody lived in a 15-minute city. They worked in Danwei work units, and it was quickest to cycle by the time they made the transition to the nearest bus stop. You might as well walk or cycle. So there is kind of transition, intermode transition, as the opportunity cost of getting on a bike is another factor. So.
Yeah. For the first, I guess the first part of that about weather for Minneapolis, I think that kind of gets into different cycling cultures that have developed around biking. That there's kind of a subset of this biking where they see it as a I don't know, something that you can display that you're willing to bike in the cold, that kind of thing. But overall numbers, I think that cycling in the winter goes down, definitely. It's not something that stays the same all year. And I've seen seen articles in the research early in the 20th century where it was the same element about driving, where they talked about car weather being not including the winter. And so that's something that I think changed over time as the technology changed and as people used it differently. But it's definitely a component in places that have harsh weather, either winter or summer. And then on the distance question, that's one thing I found really interesting in Minneapolis is that early on there was this 15-minute city, that most of the poorest workers in the city, they lived 1 to 2 miles, so 3 kilometers or so away from their workplaces. And they didn't ride bikes because they could walk there so easily. In the same way that the middle class were able to afford much more easily to ride streetcars, to ride trams. And as the wealthier intentionally moved themselves further from the center, that they were able to have more control over their mobility choices. Whereas for the poor in the city, their distances didn't increase until the 1950s. That you see the distances so close for utility, commuting to work, for the first half of the 20th century, that they were able to continuously walk, and the bicycle wasn't as necessary for them, except for the small subset who weren't just going to A to B, but were postmen, who were police officers, those kind of jobs where their job required them to travel during the day.
Okay, thank you. We will have more time to go into those kind of things after our last talk, who's up now. And I'm happy to welcome Yusuf Madubu, who will also talk on mobility history. And he's from Nigeria. He holds a master in socioeconomic history from Bayero University, Kano, and a PhD in urban mobility history from Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria in Nigeria. He currently is a senior lecturer at the Department of History at Bayero University, Kano. And his research focuses on the socioeconomic aspects of sustainable urban mobility practice in historical perspective, with special focus on trade and transport. And he's also, well, not unknown to the TU Darmstadt, as he participated in the Global History of Technology project, also known as Global HOT, supervised by Michael Hort. And his talk today will be on the dynamics of continuity and change in critical road infrastructures and urban mobility in Kano, Nigeria from 1967 to 2015. And we're very happy to have you.
Thank you so much for having me. First of all, I will appreciate the organizers of this conference for inviting me to share my own experience with the audience that are here. Having said that, my presentation is going to be about the dynamics of continuity and change in critical road infrastructure and urban mobility in Kano metropolis from 1967 to 2015. Now, different issues, different modes of transport are involved while discussing this phenomenon. But then I think, first of all, I have to also acknowledge the first two speakers who have made my presentation a bit easier because they have spoken some of the areas which I also need to show more light on, or to shed more light on. Now, going forward, this study aims to explore the evolution of infrastructure transport system in Kano over nearly 5 decades, focusing on the continuity of traditional modes of mobility and transformation brought about by modernization and urban growth. Initially, before the colonialists took over control of the area that is today known as Nigeria, basically in the northern part, the major modes or means of moving people and goods is usually the pack animal, and then human, of course, portage. People do carry goods either on their heads, on their shoulders, on their backs, and then they were also being supported by the pack animals. But then, when the colonialists came, they saw that because development could not reach every nooks and crannies of the area where some of these raw materials would be collected for export out of the country. Therefore, reliance has to be made on the existing mode of transport system. But notwithstanding, they tried to build railway line which connects to Kano from Lagos somewhere around 1912. And then, of course, they have to build some feeder routes which could support movement or evacuation of raw materials from where they were produced to where they will be conveyed to the port for export out of the country. So the study therefore analyzes challenges and opportunities presented by engaging landscape, critical infrastructure, and urban mobility. Key themes, for instance, include impact of population growth on transport demand, the role of governance in infrastructure development, and of course, the influence of socio-economic factors on mobility patterns and the implication for sustainable urban development. These three key issues are very important. One, infrastructure and urban mobility, because this is what will determine the nature of all modes of transport that could be or that can be used for movement of either goods or passengers. An investment on either roads or railway network is what will support this mode of transport. And then, of course, the influence of socio-economic factors, as we will come to also look at that, how they come to play in terms of choices of modes by people, and of course, in terms of movement, where people could access which modes they could use and which one they will not. I will come back to this later. Then moving to the area of study, which is Kano. Kano is only next to Lagos. I'm sure the name Lagos, Kano, is familiar to most of us here. But then Lagos is one of the largest city and one of the biggest commercial hub in Nigeria and located in the southern part. But Kano is located in the north, and it is the commercial nerve center of northern Nigeria. And in terms of population, it is next to Lagos, because at present it has a population of about 16 million people. Then I have explained this. in the beginning. Now, where you can have the support of these pack animals, the oxen, the donkey, and so on, in the evacuation of some of these raw materials that were to be exported out of the country. Now, the existing mode of transport, particularly the animal transport system, played a very key role in terms of movement of goods and people across the area during the early part of the colonial period. But later on, the investment in road infrastructure continued to grow. And as such, many areas were linked up with either road network or railway line transport system. That facilitated movement of people and goods. And of course, that supported the idea of introducing new modes of transport, the buses, the lorries, for instance. And then, of course, you have the railway, which is also there. So the city, over a period of time between 1900 to about 1950, most areas in Kano were being connected or linked with either road network or railway line system. So the story I'm bringing forward, or the experience that I'm going to narrate to you, is that the history of urban transport system or infrastructure, as far as Kano is concerned, is a history that has to do with successes and failures at the same time. That is to do with the transition. Over time, we have seen changes as regard to either a mode of transport or regards to investment in infrastructure as far as the city is concerned. Now, between 1930s to 1950s, like I have said, the city have grown in terms of infrastructural development. Now you have the bus service is there, the taxi system is also, or was also there, and then of course the railway system. All these were put together, were very effective and very efficient at that point in time. But over the years, between 1950 to 1970, there was a serious problem or challenge with running the railway system, because at this period, the colonialists, particularly British, after leaving Nigeria, granting independence in 1960, now those that took over, the government at that time that took over from the British, the indigenous government, were unable to manage effectively the system that they inherited to do with the railway system. Now the system had to face serious setback, and ultimately the system collapsed somewhere in the 1970s, the railway system. Now, unfortunately, the railway system from 1970 was no longer effective as far as Kano or Nigeria is concerned. But then the road system continued to play an important role in terms of movement of cargoes, movement of passengers, and so on. But unfortunately, even for the roads, because it was the buses, the lorries, and so on that were used, in 1980, specifically 1986, there was a serious economic crisis which engulfed not just Nigeria, but many African and Asian countries. And of course, there is what we call the Structural Adjustment Program, SAP. Now, government introduced that in order to find a solution to the dwindling economic problem at that time. Unfortunately, instead of solving the problem, SAP further added to the to compound the problem. Now, as a result of that, there was inflation. The exchange rate of the local currency to dollar, the disparity was the gap was so wide in such a way that people find it very difficult to even import goods into the country. And at this period of time also, most of the existing means or modes of transport that is used, the buses, the lorries, and so on, were were getting so much old, were weird, and they need replacement. And of course, people could not afford to replace them because of the economy was not very much supporting that investment. So the government, what the government did was simply to come in and say, okay, we are coming in to introduce a mass transit system. The mass transit system was introduced, but unfortunately, there was serious issues with management. There was corruption and so many other problems, which could not allow the mass transit system itself to sustain the level of movement of people and goods across the areas. Now, this gave an opportunity for another mode or means of transport to emerge, and that was the commercial motorcycle, or in other words, we call it shared motorcycle. Sorry. Before we go to shared motorcycle, now there is the Fourth Republic. Now, this is a republic that when we got independence in 1960, virtually most of the years after independence, Nigeria was ruled by the military. But then from 1999 to date, there was a transition from military to civilian rule. Now that transition gave opportunity for the civilian administration to invest in road development. Now as a result, a number of infrastructures were put in place. But the question is, that supported, of course, that supported to ease facilitation of movement, traffic, movement, and so on. But then the question is that really what is more important as far as the city planning and design is concerned? Because as far as the city is concerned, there is what we call, or what the sociologists will call, mobility injustice. Now, much concentration was given to mega projects, for instance, like this one, where this kind of underpasses, overhead bridges, and so on were designed. Mostly politicians do this in order to score political gain, to show people that we are working, you know. And when you see this, you say, okay, we are going to vote for you. But in actual sense, when you design, when you give this kind of design, but then at the same time, you do not give, or you have not taken into consideration other road users. For instance, those that were either cycling and those that were walking. They were not factored in as part of the town planning or road design. Most of the roads that you see around were built just to accommodate cars. There was no dedicated lane for cycling and there was no dedicated lane for walking. Now, in such a situation, you find that those that, in as much as people want to cycle or wants to walk, the provisions are not there. So the road becomes so chaotic and movement becomes so dangerous. And, you know, these so-called vulnerable road users, the cyclists, I mean, and then the pedestrians were at risk of moving along these routes. Then coming back to the commercial motorcycle, now because of the economic problem at that time, the SAP, and then now the buses that were in use became so obsolete, spare parts become so difficult to import into the country, and most of them had to stop working. So, and people had to move, because certainly in a city like Kano, talking about population, you know, more than 10 million, certainly people will have to move. Now, another means that came in to give alternative to uses of buses and taxis were the commercial motorcycles. The motorcycles came in and then they took control of the city. Now, I will show you this picture quickly. This was in the 80s during the SAP period. Now you can see how chaotic the road is. Now, if you look at the picture carefully, there is a bus, which is one of those buses, mass transit buses that was acquired, you can see that it was grossly inadequate. You can see most of the cars were private cars, but on the other side, where it should play a role to serve as either bike lane or pedestrian, you can see how chaotic that area is. So this has been the situation. And then ultimately, even the commercial motorcycle, which came to be more effective in terms of passenger movement, as far as the situation was concerned, now was also at some point had to be banned. It had to stop because of obvious reasons. Security challenges, the Boko Haram crisis was there, and at some point the emir of Kano was attacked. Though he narrowly escaped, but then this resulted to a legislation for banning the activities of the commercial motorcycle. Now, when the commercial motorcycle was banned, the taxis were not very much functional. The motorcycles were not there, the buses, and then finally, after the banning, what took over is the tricycles. Now, this is the picture of what is obtained in Kano. Now, if you are on the street, a major street in Kano, at a glance, you see about 50, hundreds of these tricyclists. They have suddenly taken over the streets, and you can see that no space is left for either other road users, buses, trucks, cyclists, and pedestrians. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I was a bit afraid that I had to interrupt you now, but on point. So are there any questions regarding Yusuf Madugu's talk directly? Question of understanding, details, before we head into our wrap-up panelist discussion? Okay, I'll give you a minute to think, and during that time, I would like to invite all speakers to come back up on stage. And I think, I suggest we gather around that little table, if that's okay. I mean, if you prefer to sit, that's also fine. Otherwise, I would suggest we just gather around here, maybe have a sip of water. Yeah, meanwhile, questions? Mr. Engels?
Thank you. You explained that in a certain time, the traffic planning system was very much oriented towards this car dominated schemes. And my question would be, and you said that it was politically opportune because by this, the government could demonstrate that it was doing something. But the question remains, of course, why they could have done something there. They could have shown doing something also by, I don't know, by building tracks for bicycles also. So what is the underlying reason for this orientation towards the car-oriented traffic? Are these planning traditions, so to say, taken from the global north, for example, something like that, or are there other reasons? Was the car something which was I don't know, idealized as the future for the country and so on? This would be my question to you. And the second question or remark goes to Peter Bird. One of the results you presented was that, okay, cycling filled mobility gaps in the towns you presented us. But I think, okay, this is a very functional view, and you also could turn around the perspective and saying, okay, the cars are filling gaps left by, I don't know, cyclists that cannot go from one town to the other. So why did you choose this perspective, which is a very peculiar perspective? And what do you gain by it, by saying that cycling is filling a gap? Could it also be something like a lifestyle thing, for example, in the last 20 years? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your question. Very good question. The problem is that, like I said, most of the infrastructures that were in place were infrastructures that was built or were built by the colonialists. Now, the infrastructures spill over period of post-colonialism. Now, instead of the government to come up with other policies that could favor the introduction of more road design that could accommodate other road users, what they do simply was to renovate, refurbish, restructure the road system and leave it the way it was, not necessarily accommodating others. But in recent time, there is an effort to build pedestrian ways. But unfortunately, even where pedestrian ways were built, you discover that most of these places were taken over by all hawkers of all sorts, traders, displaying trading items or goods, and pushing the pedestrian more at risk, on the main street. So this is basically the problem. And maybe what I would also like to add is, maybe this has to do with some other explanations. Most people in the area where I come from, for some reasons, people would like to have either cars or to travel by cars for some reason. And part of which, of course, is to do with the economy. People were often looked at, when you see somebody riding a bicycle or walking, it means he is often viewed or perceived by others as someone who is poor, who cannot afford. But if one could afford, it's better to have a car. So maybe the government was carried away by that, by that kind of thinking that people do not majorly like to ride, or walk, and so they should give preference for cars, probably. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think following on that, I think the choice to use any particular mode in the city, it does convey a certain social identity and a certain status. It projects that. But I think that the reason that I wanted to focus on the mobility gap that was filled by different modes was that I felt like that centered the individual users or individual people as making decisions as to how to move around in the city. It's, I think, a perspective, but I think a lot of what I found in my research in Minneapolis in particular is that there is a very utility component to people choosing how to move around, and a lot of times that conflicted with official narratives that came from urban planning and from transportation engineering. And so I think it's a way of looking at it that centers individual choices, but then also the mobility alternatives that were available at that time.
Okay, thanks. I saw another question in the back.
Hello. So my question is, just with reference to the history of transportation in Kano, I heard all the type of transportation, means of transportation you mentioned, but I didn't quite hear a lot. I didn't hear you mention cycling, how cycling was, what was the history? Because my thinking is that at some point, I'm sure the people were using bicycles to drive, to go move around. So, and maybe in the South, yes. In the South, yes. In southeastern part, yes. I know this because people did the bicycles to go to farm. But I also think that, yes, in the North, this happened because at some point when I was in Maiduguri, I also observed that people were riding bicycles. That was in the early 2017. A lot of bicycles in the road. So I wanted to get a sense of what was it like in Kano. Then also I would not ask you, Peter, I would say, with reflections of how you understand the presentation by Yusuf, and how you imagine cycling in terms of sustainable use. So and how you imagine entities who have not developed this parts, because it's a lot of history, there's a lot of, for Europe especially, there's a lot of history where you have like these dedicated bike roads, paths for bicycles, and humans also use it to jog, and it's also pedestrian services. So how do you imagine sustainable future of cycling in communities or in localities where this doesn't exist? Okay, doesn't even exist as a culture, so to speak. Then it has to do with a whole lot of reimagination for those type of communities. So how do you imagine sustainable futures in that sense?
Okay, so the first question was directed at
to Yusuf,
right?
yes.
And the second one at Peter. All right.
Okay, thank you so much. You see, the history of bicycle in Kano is an interesting one. Of course, particularly, like I said, the bicycle was also introduced to Kano somewhere around the early part of the colonial rule, around 1903 to 1910. Now, when it came initially, most of those that were using the bicycles were colonial officials, sometimes also by those that they employ to work for them, either as messengers, as health workers, and so on. But then gradually, from 1918 upward, people began to get acquainted with the culture of cycling, and people began to ride bicycle. And what will interest you is that there is this particular one called Raleigh bicycle. And this Raleigh, there is also the one that is white. Now, that white Raleigh bicycle was so important that anybody you see riding a Raleigh bicycle must be an important and influential person in the community. Sometimes it's a kind of like a symbol of authority, symbol of wealth, and so on, that is being displayed. And sometimes some of those that owns this Raleigh might not even necessarily ride them, but they will just have them push around just to show people that, yes, I'm wealthy, I can afford to buy a Raleigh bicycle. But the whole story changes over time, and many people could now afford to have bicycle and to ride bicycle. Currently, I'm working, or we are working on a research project titled Cycling Cities, the African Experience. I'm also writing in Kano. Maybe later we can share experiences. Thank you.
Yeah, I would start with a question. I think we can do some back and forth on this one, maybe.
Yeah.
What is the history of actual bicycle lanes or separated bicycle paths in Kano? Is that something that's relatively new? Is there
There was never a time when the bicycle lane was designed in Kano.
Okay.
There wasn't.
Yeah. So
unlike in Johannesburg.
Yeah. Okay. In Minneapolis, it's kind of like that also, where there were really the first initial separated on-street lanes appeared in the 1970s, but it wasn't really until the 90s and the 2000s that there was an emphasis on separating bicycles into parts of the street. Do you have a question? Okay, sorry. Sorry, I thought you were signaling me. And so maybe a takeaway for it is that the bicycle lanes, as we think of as something that really elevates cycling, is something that was part of a systemic change that prioritized car traffic and vehicle traffic on streets. That in Rotterdam, as an example, the bicycle lanes were a way of getting bicycles out of the way of cars that planners thought of as the inevitable future. And so they provided a space for them, but when they were initially developed, it was something that was very literally marginalizing them. And so I think as for what we can do today, what that means, I don't think that means we go away entirely from doing bike lanes, but recognizing that For safety purposes, like Sean's talked about, we need to have infrastructure that's safe for cyclists to ride on, but also that that a path based on very clear and harsh separation of different modes is really a paradigm that prioritizes driving, and that a move towards controlling driving more than getting others out of the way is something that needs to also be part of the planning and engineering and policy conversations.
Thanks for that. I saw you just, I put myself on the questions list. That's the joy of being a moderator. You can just jump in front. I have a question for Sean, actually. Question on your methodology, because you said you used data you collected via apps, right? And I was wondering, like, or you collected data collected by cyclists themselves. And I wondered who were the people who contributed to that survey and how you collected it, and what groups actually, and weren't there like very specific groups of cyclists contributing? And yeah, maybe that's for now.
Okay, thanks for the question. So that was for the doctoral work, the PhD work. That was sort of analysis of, or a critical analysis of Strava data. So that's an app data which people volunteer cycling journeys to. You'd be looking at potentially 90% male use. So these are very gendered samples. The risk is that although these data may be valid, so they represent existing conditions of cycling, there's a potential risk that these data are then used to evaluate cycling, given that these are very, very demographically biased samples, but not because they're inherently biased. In certain contexts, particularly in the United Kingdom, there's an imbalance of cyclists. So, as part of the work, which the professional work, if you dig into guidance, there are recommendations where additional sources are recommended, and there's one uncritical statement which might say, consider Strava data to help support the prioritization of infrastructure spend. So that's the sort of statements which need to be challenged. Guidance is a good start, but it's really, really important to ask those questions regarding who's captured, what journeys are captured. I think this is really, really important as well. Peter, you mentioned earlier there was a link to utilitarian journeys. The focus on efficiency. Efficiency was raised earlier today as well. What might an efficient cycling system look like? Might that marginalize cyclists or potential cyclists, particularly if those might look like fully separated cycling provision, which pushes people into specific infrastructure? So I'm not sure if you've got any additional thoughts on that, the utilitarian perspective of cycling infrastructure. That was an interesting point.
Yeah, how so do you mean? Just about?
So in terms of what are the risks of utilitarian sort of perspectives for cycling infrastructure?
Yeah, I guess that's, I think that coming from planning myself, there's always this underlying thought that infrastructure, that building cycling infrastructure is something that's going to change behavior and get more people to actually ride bikes. But I'll admit I worked on lots of projects that built protected bike lanes that were mostly empty. And so I think that we also have to understand that there's a process of getting people to doing things that would encourage people to get on bikes. And maybe that's something that has less to do with, you know, a traditional completely separated infrastructure and something about targeting interventions towards what the needs, what the gaps are. Maybe it's something like we mentioned with bicycle culture and being able to elevate the role and the place that cycling has, what that projects, so that when you build an infrastructure that there are already cyclists who are ready to use it, kind of thing. But I think it's a balance.
Okay, thank you. Look at the time. I think, yeah, one last question, Professor Nordmann. Do you already have the speaker's box? If not, you get my microphone.
This question actually follows up right on what you were discussing before. It seems like there is a kind of different perspective between the three of you, and it's kind of interesting to bring that out maybe a little bit more. So especially from Yusuf's talk, I got a very strong sense that planning has a very strong determinative kind of impact on what kind of traffic patterns actually evolve, right? And Peter, already with your pictures from Minneapolis and so forth, one gets the sense, well, there is a kind of infrastructure, but how it is used and who uses it and so forth, that's kind of open. It's more like an affordance, and people will sort of grasp this affordance in all kinds of different ways. And with, of course, bike lanes right now, I think, looking just at our own town, Darmstadt, there is a kind of struggle. On the one hand, they are very important. On the other hand, we can already see that they're overtaxed. That there is a lot of competition within these bike lanes between the different kinds of bikes that run down there and so forth and so on. It's but you see it more like a kind of not a result of planning as much as an affordance, and now we have to observe how users will actually appropriate these kinds of affordances, right? And it seems to me that Sean's talk was sort of indeed kind of in the middle, trying to figure out how do we actually assess these behaviors of sort of grasping an opportunity, right? But I wonder how it actually, how strongly we want to what happens to the planning in all of this. So is planning almost kind of futile? Because in the end, there are other kinds of social processes that determine the kind of ways in which people just kind of appropriate the roads.
Who wants to answer that question? Peter, as the planner.
Yeah, I don't mean to say that planning is irrelevant. We shouldn't plan, but I think there is value in kind of decentralizing approaches to transportation and to urban planning. And maybe what our three different contexts that we are presenting about show is that there isn't one singular answer for with or without infrastructure for elevating cycling, and that there's something to be said for understanding what cycling means in different contexts and what practical and utility gap that fills, and how advocates, how practitioners can elevate it kind of based on local context with less of a reliance on, I don't know, a singular global idea of what a cycling city is and of what cycling infrastructure should look like.
It was really interesting that the use of affordance is not a sort of a term which you would see really in a professional practice. So the affordance of there's space, it's because it's sufficiently wide enough, it's cyclable, for example. It's not a term which you would typically hear. But I think it's something really valuable in that sort of that word. Ultimately, what's important is the outcomes for people and beneficiaries. When you look at planning and procedures, what you typically see is outputs, numbers, and I think that this is the point which is missing from these sort of really important discussions. Who are the beneficiaries of these mobility systems? And I think that affordance is a really important or a really valuable word in articulate, and not challenging that. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I have to cut the discussion off right now because it's coffee break time. And maybe we can just continue talking over there. So thank you so much for being here, and thanks for having those interesting presentations. And yeah, it was a pleasure.
My name is Annette Rudolph-Kleff. I'm from the Department of Architecture and Urban Planning. And I'm happy, it's my pleasure now to introduce Professor Chris Webster, the second keynote speaker for today, and a scholar who contributes greatly to urban planning and to development economics. Professor Webster is a distinguished academic and a leading urban theorist and a spatial modeler. Being Dean for the Faculty of Architecture at the University of Hong Kong for over a decade, he serves as Chair Professor of Urban Systems Institute at the University of Hong Kong. And beyond his leadership at the University of Hong Kong, Professor Webster is a Senior Departmental Fellow at Cambridge University, Departments of Land Economy, and a honorary professor at the University College London Centre for Advanced Spatial Analysis. So today, Professor Webster will be presenting his keynote lecture titled Managing Spontaneous Cities, Critical Infrastructures and Cities as System of Systems. And this talk is particularly relevant in the context of the conference discussions, the critical infrastructure, and the tensions between stability and dynamics within urban networks. Professor Webster will guide us through key themes, including the spontaneous nature of urban systems and the interplay between self-organization and centralized planning in shaping urban growth. He will provide valuable insights into the factors contributing to urban morphology and performance. As we are now in an area marked by rapid urbanization, understanding the underlying mechanisms of urban development has never been more crucial. Professor Webster's expertise in urban system theory and in critical infrastructure will offer us perspectives on how cities can be managed effectively with leveraging the power of self-organizing urban dynamics. With great anticipation, please join me in welcoming Professor Webster on the stage.
Thank you very much. Very nice to be here. I almost didn't arrive. My flight was cancelled on Monday. I managed to get the next one. I'm going to answer the question posed by one of the previous speakers. Is it Peter? So what about planning? I think it was you. Somebody said, does planning matter or not? I'm giving a perspective on that. But I think the first thing I want to say is the reason why I said yes when receiving a very kind invitation to come and speak to the august body here was when I read that you were interested in systems of systems. And as you very nicely said, I don't think there's been a time when it's more critical to understand the idea that a city is a system within a system, and that the urban systems in which we all live and are interconnected are in fact interconnected systems, and that gives them a life of their own. And when we're in a kind of planning and management mode, whether we're transport professionals like Sean, who happens to know my previous PhD student at Cardiff University, I was happy to know, or whether we are city planners in Darmstadt or anywhere else, knowing and understanding how our domain of management, of professional creativity and architecture and design and modeling is impacted by the systems that we're connected with is absolutely vital. So I want to say something about 5 things. First of all, this paradoxical idea of managing spontaneous cities, managing spontaneity. Can we even do it? What does that even mean? Are we setting ourselves up for failure? Managing spontaneity. And then I want to look at cities as systems of systems, and with a focus on cities of systems. The city system of Germany, the city system of the world. And I want to talk about those systems provocatively from the point of view of a biologist or an ecologist, and pose the question of how do we view and how might we then manage the world's human settlement system, or the global super colony of the human race. And as a preamble, provocative thought, and this is actually, it's the first line in a paper that's currently been out for review. I hoped it was published by the time I came here. If the world's most destructive species was something other than human, we would want to model it to death, right? We would want to know something about how its morphology evolved. We'd want to know something about how its growth manifests and worked out. We want to know something about how one colony interacts with the other. We want to know something about the performance, the environmental performance in particular, of those colonies. And we want to know something about how those colonies self-manage, and probably how we want to manage them. So I want to, for a thought experiment, think about the global system of cities as a global system of the most destructive but also creative taxa on the planet, species on the planet. And right at the end, I'm going to come to management and planning, because most of what I've got to say is pretty darn depressing, or deterministic, I should say, but only as a provocation. Okay, I think you've got me. There we are. So I've already said this, the idea of critical infrastructure, tension, stability, dynamics, systems of systems, that's what attracted me to your conference and your network. So the first of my 5 points, managing spontaneous systems of managing spontaneity. Back in the early 2000s, I published this book, Property Rights Planning and Markets, Managing Spontaneous Cities. It's very dated now, but it tries to unpack this conundrum. It's a conundrum at best, a paradox at worst, managing spontaneity. And the basic proposition in that book, and underlying the more sort of scientific stuff that I'm going to present in a minute, is that there's always ever only been two ways by which humans manage their affairs, whether it's primitive hunter-gatherers or early empires of the Middle East or the modern globalist empires. We manage by top-down governmental edict, decisions, or we manage by bottom-up spontaneity. Manage is not the right word, ordering is the better word. We order by spontaneous interactions or top-down planned actions. Top-down planned actions is not just the province of government. We do it in families, we do it in universities, we do it in corporations, we do it in governments. Spontaneous bottom-up order is not just the province of modern markets. Primitive bartering systems are spontaneous. Order emerges in society through voluntary exchange one to the other. Modern markets are just the current manifestation of that type of order. So there are two ways. The underlying or starting point really is that it is these spontaneous ordering devices that by and large determine human settlement system structure, and order and performance. Cities are self-organized systems governed by billions of transactions that happen yearly, daily, weekly. And if we think we can manage them, then possibly we're setting ourselves up to fail. But we can, in some ways. You can build a cycleway. What we don't know, it's a question I had after listening to the very interesting talks just now. We don't know, for example, that if you build a cycleway, do you find the emergent spontaneous self-ordering that happens when you build a motorway? When you build a motorway, excess demand or unmet demand will always be driven to capacity because of what's called induced demand. More people will come out to drive on emptier roads. So new motorways always fill up. Does that happen with a cycleway? Maybe, maybe not. While you were talking, or because of what you were saying in your talk, I Googled what's the relationship between cycle as a mode share and climate and temperature and topography, and found a very interesting paper in Urban Studies published in 2020 saying that there is no relationship between topography, climate, and mode share in cycle. That suggests to me that cycling is a lifestyle choice, at least part. So a city builds cycleways. It might just succeed in inducing demand to cycle from people switching into a lifestyle choice. This is very, very different from many other things we try and change by planning, which are, as I'll show, very much determined by the system of systems that we are part of. So a takeaway point I'll give you right at the beginning is what we can and cannot change and manage and plan largely depends on how independent those things are from the system of systems that we are all part of in living in cities and working. So I want to give, I've got one or two slides on each of these different attributes of the global urban system, or the German urban system, a system of systems. First is morphology. The second is growth. The third is performance. Those three to start with. So morphology. Think about the system of cities in Germany or China, or your country, or the world. What determines the morphology of the global urban system? Are cities evenly distributed across the world, the livable places in the world? Are they randomly distributed? Are they normally distributed? Are they uneven or hierarchically distributed? And if so, what determines that distribution? Those geographers amongst us will remember German geographer, economist Walter Christaller. Christaller, 1930s, produced this little diagram here as a model of urban systems, suggesting that urban systems were evenly distributed across habitable plains on the Earth. Does that pertain to the whole Earth? You know, are the systems of Homo sapiens distributed evenly like that across the world's surface? So happens that Christaller's southern German urban systems model is only consistent with a very limited view of human interactions. It's consistent with perfect competition in a very primitive rural services market where everything that's offered in every single city is a substitute, perfect substitute for everything else. So you wouldn't want to go beyond your nearest. Very, very few cities anywhere in the world operate as perfectly competitive markets like that. There's always a reason to go beyond your nearest, and therefore it's not consistent with modern economy. How else might it be? Might the global urban system be distributed? What are the rules underlying it? There's a nice homologue or metaphor between Kristala's system of systems and social insects, and so in the way that they organize their habitations. This is all about minimization of effort. This is all about minimization of effort. What can be said about how humans organize their systems of cities in terms of the minimization of effort? Very interesting paper by Bin Jiang, who used to be in Sweden, now is in Sustek in Guangdong province, recently published. It was the first study to measure functional cities, not administrative cities, functional cities, the world over, and then to describe the morphology. He did this in a very simple way you can read about from night images, night light images, and using iterative algorithm to cluster images that can be seen from space as being lit up, and cluster these into functional cities. It's not a precise measure, but it's a pretty good measure when you're trying to look at the distribution of cities around the world. And what he found was that it conforms to an almost perfect zip floor. A zip floor is a statistical distribution given by that little black box at the top. X population is proportional to R, the rank, raised to the power of -1. That is to say, the second largest city is about half the size of the first largest city. The third is about a third of the size of the first largest city. We've known for a long, long time, since G.K. Zipf in the 1940s coined the term in relation to the distribution of cities, but also the distribution of words of different length, because he was a linguist at Harvard. We've known that for a long time. What we've never been able to show before is that the world's cities, the global system of systems for human habitation, follow a perfect zip floor. And therefore, in my kind of first, it's actually a statistical physics equation to describe systems of city systems. It's a very simple expression, but it describes how we distribute ourselves on the planet. For questions, and just to go away to think about, why? How does that work? Nobody's sitting there planning this, making this long tail distribution with very, very few very large cities and very, very many small cities that follow a precise mathematical and statistical function. How does that work? There are two explanations. One is it's pure statistical artifact. That doesn't work very well when looking at systems of cities. It does when we're looking at systems of words and a blindfolded monkey randomly typing and producing zip floor distributed word lengths. With cities, interaction is everything. We know that one city only grows at the expense of another, and therefore interaction is important in explaining this. To cut a very, very long story short, what Bin Jiang's data show is that is that these systems of systems order themselves even at a global level. Every city in the world is of the size that it is because of every other city in the world. Discuss. Okay, so morphology. Secondly, growth. How can we describe the growth of the system in which our city is part of which our city is part of? There's been a very, very long history of trying to find simple equations to describe the growth of cities. The latest, and I think the most elegant and beautiful, is this. It's published in Nature, the main journal, by a colleague of mine who's at the Institute for Theoretical Physics in Paris, and his PhD student, Vincent. Take a look at the paper if you're interested. Basically, it says there's a very simple mechanism that can explain the distribution of size and growth rates of cities in the 4 countries that were used for the study, which are France, England, Canada, and the US. And the equation, again, a statistical physics equation, essentially, is that on the left, change in size over time is a function of 2 terms. The first of those terms, eta times s, is a random stochastic endogenous term about population growth. So cities grow in proportion to things that happen inside the city, regardless of anything else: policy, good governance, bad governance, a fantastic mayor, a new industry coming to town, path-dependent industry, a plague, a COVID, Shanghai's disastrous management of COVID suddenly shut the financial market down, and then that has knock-on effects. So the first left-hand term on the right-hand, the first term on the right-hand side is an endogenous random growth term. The second one, Jij minus Jji, is an exogenous random growth term. Cities grow in relation to random migration to and from that city, from all other cities that are connected to it. That's all. That explains cities. But what it does is this growth equation is consistent with, it's not sort of linked to, but it's consistent with the distribution of the size distribution of cities that we see. It just unpacks it in a little bit more of an elegant way. But same message. The growth of our city, we like to think that our growth is because we make really, really good policies. We make policy that attracts foreign direct investment, that stops big employers closing down, etc. Maybe that, but funnily enough, what this shows is that those factors only kick in a stochastic way. They might work, they might not work. It's probabilistic, it's random. Stuff that you do in the city impacts in a random way on the overall growth of the city. Performance. Probably not too interested in morphology or growth per se. More interesting is performance, GDP. What percentage of the urban poor we house, safety nets, etc., inclusion. What's a minimalistic theory, if you like, expression understanding performance of cities within the context of an urban system or system of systems. Well, we've had an incursion into urban planning and urban studies and architecture in the last 15 years from physics. Once again, it happens about every 2 decades. I started my urban modeling in the 70s under the influence of cybernetics. At the time, cybernetics was mainly driven by engineering maths, and we believed that we could control cities like a machine. Here the incursion is from physics and biology, and good friend Louis Betancourt at University of Chicago pioneered this at the Santa Fe Institute for Complexity in discovering that city performance tends to scale in a scale-free way with population size. What that means is there's a regular rule that governs the performance of cities, such as GDP, as a function of population size on its own. Never mind all those other things that we've been studying for years and years, like industrial structure, education structure. There's a scaling coefficient that works almost like metabolic rate in animals. As the density, mass of an animal gets bigger, there's a 3/4 scaling rule that governs the metabolic rate. It's the same for all animals, whatever taxa they're from. So it seems to be the case with the performance of clusters of human animals as we come together to do our stuff, invent things, create things, generate things. And the amazing, not unchallengeable, but the amazing consistent rule discovered by this paradigm of urban scaling, as it's called, is that positive social outcomes, social products, tend to scale at roughly to a power law of 1.15 or 1.13. That is to say, as population doubles, which is a surrogate for the complexity of the networks and the interactions that's happening, social products like GDP tend to rise by a factor of 1.13, or 13% above pro rata is another way of looking at it. So here's an example. This is a study that we've just recently completed, looking at social product in China's prefecture level cities, 300 or so cities. And we measured social product by land value created by residential land created by the government and sold at auction, which is actually remarkably for China, a pretty pure market and a pretty pure way of measuring the social product or the social surplus that the economy is willing to bid for land, if you know your Ricardian economics and Alonso and everything else. So we measured this social surplus in this way and plotted it against population. And sure enough, or rather, it's one of those magic research findings, doesn't happen very often. The average scaling coefficient over 14 years was 1.13, precisely that predicted by urban scaling theory. What this shows is that while all of those prefecture level city mayors are anxiously and dutifully, because they get KPI'd on it, bringing land to market and developing new zones of growth and new science parks and things. Overall, the system itself self-orders in a way that almost says to the mayor, it doesn't really matter, guy, what you do. There's this randomness in it, and the order is there. Order is there. So that's an example of social product scaling. The same as GDP. GDP doesn't work in China for all sorts of reasons. GDP scales in the United States very nicely at around about 1.13. It does in Germany, it does across Europe. Social products grow at a consistent rule. What's happening? So do negative social products. This is a study we're doing in India on crime. It's about 200 more than that, Indian cities, and it shows log crime rate versus log population. That's a way of looking at power law as a straight line, that's all. And it's not a terribly good, no, it's a reasonable fit, actually. But it shows that the crime rates in India tend to rise with population, but under pro rata. So fortunately, they don't rise as much as population does. That's good news in some ways. But it follows many negative externalities, negative social products at scaling in a particular way. The important thing about this talk is it scales, it's predictable. Give me a population size in the Indian city system, and I can predict roughly what different types of crime will be, and it will not be pro rata. It will not be per capita, which is what most public policy is based upon. Per capita measurement of urban performance for negative and positive externalities underestimates what can be expected of a city of a certain size. Staying with performance and focusing here on the subject of your conference and network, infrastructure. Infrastructure performance measured within a system of cities, tends to scale less than pro rata. That's with scaling beta coefficients of below 1. And typically, they scale at with a beta of about 0.85. That is to say, as a city gets bigger, the number of bus lanes, the number of metro lines, the cabling for electricity will grow about 85% of the expected per capita rate. This is a law. You can measure it. The physicists try to explain it in terms of fractal, very complicated stuff. In a word, it's just describing economies of scale. As the city gets larger, you don't need quite so much cabling or roads to support the same number of people. The blue figure here is from one of our studies, land. So this is new land supply. As city gets bigger, new land supply only increases by a beta coefficient of 0.6. So that's below, if you like, 0.4 below pro rata, beta of 1. Why is that? It's got a densification. Cities get bigger, they tend to become more dense, you need less land, you need less roads, you need less all sorts of infrastructure. So there are economies of scale. The previous slides and models were just describing returns to scale in terms of economics. And some urban performance attributes do actually scale as a pro rata, 1-to-1. This is a study we published recently in Environment and Planning B on environmental performance scaling in Chinese cities. So this is volume of harmless treated waste against population, beta of 0.97, that's about 1. So in other words, the amount of waste goes up pro rata per capita, as is typically assumed by all other types of performance measures. This is a special case, however, and not many urban systems performance attributes scale at 1-to-1. So most of our KPIs in our urban management systems that parallel the systems that we're trying to manage are false and erroneous scientifically, that would suggest. Okay, the final point is about management. So that's, like I said, that's all pretty deterministic. What I've essentially been saying is that cities are located within systems of cities. They grow, they shrink, they take shape, they perform economically and socially and culturally in ways that are much more determined by every other city in the system than we might like to think. So what can we do? Here's another slide from the same study I just mentioned. And what this shows is quantity of sludge. So this is environmental technology infrastructure. And we're interested in knowing, how does this vary over the city system in China, as it happens? We fit a scaling law, the type that I've just said. Interestingly enough, it's a bit, the log-log plot, which is, as I've just said, a linear way of showing a power law plot, non-linear, has a kink in it. This tells us that our scaling model, simple scaling model, doesn't really treat these smaller cities very well. So we added a term to the model to take into consideration this tailing off. Once we'd adjusted that model to the tailing off, the model itself yields a scaling coefficient of 1.14, which is what we'd expect in theory. How does this help manage a system of city systems? Well, a couple of things to say. First, I should have had there's another slide here, which is nice for making my first point. The first point is that if you, in this paper, we published this over 14 years. And over the 14 years, just have to use your imagination, the cluster of these points around the line gets tighter and tighter, right? So in the first year, 15 years ago, it's more distributed, it's more scattered. What that tells you is that the Chinese urban system is not yet very well ordered in terms of dealing with this vital infrastructure issue of treating human waste. Over the years, it gets tighter and tighter. So over years, it's conforming to this self-organizing law somehow or other. That's one point. Secondly, is that the small cities at the lower left of the line, they show smaller cities, they're underperforming. Smaller cities cannot manage the demand for treating human sludge in the way that would be expected given the performance of the system of systems, the system of cities, the general ambient technology for environmental treatment in China at any one given point in time. We found what the inflection point was. It's roughly cities of about 500,000. So this tells us something very useful for policy making. The national level or regional level government need to invest in cities in China under 500,000 to bring their environmental management technologies up to standard, if you like. The reason we think for this underperformance of these lower order systems, cities, is that it's not just the technology that's required, but it's a very complex human technology ecosystem that's required to successfully manage environmental treatment in a city. And this is not within the capacity of the smaller cities. So they need subsidy, they need transfers from high-level cities and jurisdictions. They might need pairing up so that they can purchase the expertise by federation with other cities, and so on and so forth. And the last point on this, in terms of management, so can we do anything about, faced with a general urban system trend like this, can we do anything? Well, the good news is really in the residuals around the curve. So the ones I've just circled up there on the top right are large cities that are underperforming in relation to performance expected by size. We can go and study those cities. We can do some very good, like, qualitative policy research and find why those cities underperform, why others overperform. This one here is a city that always overperforms in every single urban performance metric that we've looked at. It's a small city. We've got a colleague from Xi'an here. Have you any idea which city that might be? No. No, it's a small city in the northwestern, the controversial province of the Uyghurs. It's in that province. It's in that province. No, it's a small city called Karamay, which most of my Chinese colleagues have never heard of. But it outperforms on nearly every performance because central government put in a huge amount of subsidy for everything you can think about. That's because it's a minority enclave of Han Chinese amongst the Muslim majority population of that contested province. So you can learn a lot just by looking at the outliers and the residuals, negative and positive, and you can conduct studies, and you can we're studying those outliers and residuals systematically using multiple regression and machine learning, and that tells you sort of about structure, which type of cities tend to always underperform, always overperform, and that can yield very useful policy. And I've got one more slide. Do I have time? Yeah. This is not quite the same sort of research, but it tells a nice story, again, about the resilience of individual, decentralized, self-organized order that makes cities on the one hand, and our lofty planning goals on the other hand. This is a study we published in Lancet Planetary Health. And what we wanted to do was to ask the question, what what difference does density, human density, housing density, urban density make to what the medics called adiposity, fatness, overweight? And we've got a partnership with Oxford University, so we have access to about 500,000 Brits and have their full medical history, bloods, everything else, measured three methods of measuring adiposity: waist circumference, body mass index, and whole body fat. So we had that for 500,000 people. And then we looked at where they lived, and we measured the density around their homes, how many houses per kilometer. And that's what these graphs show. On the horizontal axis is density, on the vertical axis, respectively, BMI, waist circumference, and whole body fat. And the important thing to note about these is starting off with very low density on the left of the horizontal axis. As you move to higher density, adiposity increases. The health of the UK population gets worse. The lines moving up, right? All the health indicators are moving up as density increases. And after a certain point, the inflection point, as you get more dense, as the cities get higher in density, all those measures of overweightness start to fall again. So density is good, right? Then we ask the obvious question, what's the inflection point? It turns out to be the average housing density, urban density of the typical British suburb, and small cities in the UK. There's some of them on that list. Liverpool, Croydon is a outer central area in London, Watford, similar, etc. So what this shows here is that we've had 100 years of self-organizing urbanization in the UK and most other places on the planet. We like to think that we're very strong at urban planning in the UK, but actually most cities, most suburbs were not planned. They were the people's choice, right? It's where people choose to live. The land economists or urban economic geographers amongst you will be familiar with that idea of the suburb being the optimal location to maximize land consumption per capita, plus access to central services. It's a balancing act. You want to be near to the city centre, but not too far away. But you don't want to live right in the city centre because, at least if you're not a young professional, you want some land, and so you move out. And the suburb is the people's choice of a century of urbanisation. It also happens to be the very most unhealthy density at which to live. So this kind of fits in very nicely with the idea of the whole of the global urban system being driven by effort minimization and competition. And this is a self-organizing system. Humans on the planet self-organize to minimize effort. That's the hypothesis underlying this empirical finding. And as they do so, all sorts of things happen that might be good or bad, and we get involved with that. That's what we do, right? But in the end, it might just be bad for them as well. So we're now, in Britain at least, in a policy moment where we're trying to densify the suburbs. That's good for urban design, it's good for followers of Jane Jacobs, it's also good for health. But when we do that sort of thing, my take-home message, we need to understand that this self-ordering not only sort of determines the shape of a city, a single city, and where people live within the city, It determines the whole shape of the system of cities. And we therefore have to be really quite cautious and humble about what we think we can do. And I'll stop there.
So thank you very much for this amazing lecture, amazing insight. It was a pleasure to see your slides, but it was a pleasure to listen to you. Thank you so much. So the floor is open for questions. Perhaps I can start a first one, because I'm curious, you're working, if you're going on scaling effects on population, and you're working with density if it comes to health issues and livability. This makes perfectly sense. You already mentioned it's not just about residential density, it can be more. What other external factors might come into your mind or into your head, which might be worth considering them?
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that's a very good question, because that fires a very well-targeted critique at urban scaling. Urban scaling is a unashamedly a borrowed metaphor from biology. And it only has life in it because empirically it seems to work. The most published urban scaling studies of systems, of city systems, use population as an indicator or surrogate for complexity. There's nothing magical about population itself. The hypothesis is really, which is also borrowed from evolutionary biology, is that as complexity of social networks aligned to infrastructure networks, as that increases, the products from those interactions increase it by a certain determined, empirically determined rule. So could you use something other than population, is one way of interpreting your question. Density itself is a good predictor, but it doesn't always reproduce a scaling relationship. Industrial employment, if I was wanting to predict GDP, I'd want to make quite a complex multivariate model that included industrial structure, percent employment in the tertiary sector, secondary sector, public investment, cost of land and everything. If you do a well-formed multivariate model with a whole load of other determining factors, I think you're getting at that as well, you would likely to be able to predict GDP better than a simple scaling model. The reason why urban scaling seems to introduce something new to the equation, and we can accept less explanatory power in our models, is because cities arguably are the most persistent manifestation of human activity and culture, and they last for years, and they persist with path dependency over many, many years. The industrial structure of a city can change in 10 years, very frequently does. So you might be able to use industrial structure, for example, to predict performance within a certain window. But if you want to look at the persistent behavior of cities that are culturally embedded, socially embedded, regionally embedded, then the argument goes, let's be as simple as we can and predict these things just on the basis of population, imagining that they are indeed, if you like, complex colonies of human beings, and who produce magically sometimes certain products. When it comes to sort of individual outcomes, like the health outcomes, you model whatever it makes sense to model. The models showing the relationship between housing density and overweightness amongst our sample had about 50 other covariates in the model, whether the person smoke or not. So we can control for everything you might want to control for in trying to isolate the impact of density on, and therefore urban design, on obesity.
When it comes to London suburbs, it's probably the barbecue. In the garden. Are there any questions?
Thank you. I have a very basic question. Your presentation was on urban systems of systems, and the term system is a very abstract one. And so I'm interested in, what's your notion of system? Like, what is your definition, and where do you draw the line? Or how do you where do you draw the line? Like, this is my system and that's not part of my system. And what ties it together? Like, is it, I don't know, human practices that form systems? Or is it more made of, like, is your notion more a social one? Or is it more like flows of goods or whatever that flows between those systems? So what's your definition of system? You've made up your theory of it.
Good question. I guess the classical definition of system is a system is a system. It is a phenomenon in which there are interacting parts, and there is some closedness about it. So usually system science and systems in science talks about closed systems and open systems, systems that are more closed, more open. At the global level, everything's a closed system. In climate and in economy and in human settlements. The Walter Kristalla prototypical southern Germany agricultural service city was very much a closed system. It might have got its goods from outside, but it basically served the people who traveled there within a half a day's travel and back. So I'm using system as a way of describing a city, which is by and large a phenomenon, a cluster of interacting people. And they interact in all sorts of ways: economically, socially, culturally, religiously, any other way that you might think, environmentally. And the system of systems, system of urban systems, similarly are clusters of human beings who interact with each other more than they don't interact with each other, if you like. So if you, while the entire global city system follows this very interesting size distribution, if you look at particular national systems of cities, some do, some don't. And that China doesn't, Russia doesn't. The reason for that is, in the centrally planned era, the central planners thought it was a good idea to send people to live at the very far extremities where they otherwise wouldn't want to live. And so the city system inherited after 1979 in China was very unnatural. It was a governed urban system. As soon as Deng Xiaoping introduced more market flow of resources and factors, capital and labor principally, people started to move in from the periphery and crowded out the more popular coastal cities, which are now the hubs of global economy. So those centrally planned systems are famously quite flat, allow the, if you like, markets to operate, and people and capital move to where most productivity happens. They become much more unequal and start to take on this power law shape, which is a result of competition.
Sorry, just one small remark. But can you really look at a city and forget about its hinterland or its periphery? Is a city, because I'm an historian and I'm an infrastructure historian, so I looked at those connections between the periphery and the city. So I don't know, is a city ever a closed system? Of course, on a global scale, maybe then you have a system, but I don't know. I think it's really hard to look at it as an enclosed entity.
No, I totally agree. I mean, in some ways, that's the point of the talk. Every city is an open system, and it takes its growth and its performance from every other city in the system. Totally agree. I published a paper several years ago looking at, we did gravity modeling, so interaction modeling of Europe and China, and showed the, if you like, the push-pull effects now, city system, versus the centrality, how connected places were in the Roman Empire in Europe and in a historical period of China. And they're very, very similar. Infrastructure is incredibly long-lived in terms of its power to organize human society. So the historians have it.
I'm really super sorry to interrupt the discussion. I hope we can discuss more in an informal way, perhaps tea or coffee. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you so much for coming to us and giving us
So, hello, and welcome to this session on environmental sustainability and transformation, where we explore cities, communities, and how cities, communities, and infrastructure adapt to the growing demand of climate resilience, urbanization, and ecological balance. Today's panel brings together researchers whose work redefines the role of infrastructure, not just as static frameworks, but as dynamic systems intertwined with social, ecological, and cultural dimensions. Through diverse case studies from Tokyo to Berlin, we will gain insights into how sustainable development is being reimagined to the ground. So for our first speaker, we begin with Dr. Ivana Angelova. I hope I pronounced that right. A fellow researcher at the Center for Advanced Studies in Southeastern Europe in the University of Rijeka. Ich hoffe that is pronounced as well. Oh, sorry. And a Doctor of Science from Meiji University in Tokyo. Her research centers on urban-rural synergy and the role of blue-green infrastructure in promoting regional resilience. Drawing on Tokyo's hidden waterways, Dr. Angelova will show us how these networks support both environmental sustainability and socio-economic needs, offering a blueprint for adaptive infrastructure in the face of climate change. And with that, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Actually, I omitted one crucial word in my title, and that's the dynamics of linear blue-green infrastructure. So I'm going to talk about the linear elements. And I also kind of like expanded my research a little bit more than that, you will see. So I will talk about Tokyo as a case. I've been living there for almost 6 years. So when my PhD studies were about the case of Tokyo, where I explored the hidden waterways, but I am extending my research for this conference. And Tokyo is the most populous city in the world with over 37 million residents. Also, there is a growing interest in urban farming. There are around more than 50,000 plots and around 712 kilometers of linear green-blue infrastructure only in Tokyo City, and not in the metropolitan area is much larger. So I'm going to connect both the linear infrastructure and the green-blue linear infrastructure and urban farming for this talk. And so I'm questioning myself, can we connect waterways and productive green areas in the city as critical infrastructure for the future? They both represent a phenomena for the city of Tokyo. City of Tokyo actually has a lot of, it was an estuary, I mean, it's still an estuary, and it has a lot of water, and historically it had a lot of farming, and nowadays it's getting more and more popular. So the divide between urban and rural in Tokyo is really blurred. Urban-rural synergy, I think, is really critical for resilient food systems, sustainable mobility, and climate adaptation. And I'm looking at two cases of the linear green-blue infrastructure, one in the very urban area, and then one in the urban area of Tokyo, you'll see. So, as I mentioned, maybe it's really interesting to connect the phenomena of the farms and the linear elements in the city. So, but historically, I want to pinpoint that life and culture revolved around water and around all the natural elements in the city. Edo is actually the old name of Tokyo. And these are some images dating from 17th to 19th century. And here, as you can see, they depicted a lot of water and a lot of course, the rice paddies and also people harvesting, again, rice here. This was all in the vicinity of Edo. Actually, we can see around water is depicted in around 90% of Hiroshige's ukiyo-e drawings. You can Google Hiroshige if you're interested. It's an artist. So water was really valuable for the people back in Edo, and they had a very sophisticated and sustainable water treatment back then. And it was really important not only for transportation, but also it represented cultural asset, and also there were a lot of spiritual attractions like shrines along the waterways of Edo. This is an old map of the city where we can see the network of the rivers. It's really apparent. And on the suburbs, like this white, well, like I can't show it like that, but everything on the outskirts is the farming land. And so they were like kind of like feeding the central city. These are also some I wanted to show you some historical images of what the city looked like from its construction to contemporary Tokyo. Late Edo era to Meiji era, the city looked like that. It had a lot of, as you can see, a lot of open water. Water was present everywhere. There is a lot of also literature that supports that. A lot of lakes, a lot of paddy fields, and so on. And then after this era, where they opened up their borders to the world and the West, the city became rapidly urbanized, and many of the paddy fields and water canals were slowly beginning to like decline, and they were eventually closed down, and like the waterways were put underground, and many of them were culverted. And a lot of transformation, of course, happened after the Second World War, where there is like this extremely rapid urbanization, and they applied all of the Western ideologies in urban planning, and so it came from that to this. Today, as we see, it's like it's a concrete monster. You can't really see the end of the city unless you're like on the top of a tall building or something. And of course, we have Fuji as a reference on both of the images. So I did this water and farmland transformation timeline, where I'm like assessing what happened in which period. Nonetheless, I just wanted to mention that after the Olympic Games specifically, it came to the final change and transformation of the city. Most of the farmlands turned into construction lands. Most of the waterways are culverted specifically before Olympic Games, so that new roads can be built, and also connections to the airports can be built so that people can come and visit. And a lot of major projects happened after that. Of course, before that as well, but this is like after the Olympic Games, nothing really happens in terms of lightening up the culverts, or like we don't see increase in like farmland, etc. This is open and covered waterways in Tokyo. I was interested about that because I couldn't find like a map specifically that shows what part of the waterways are culverted and closed down and used as like a pedestrian greenways, and what parts or which streams are still open. So I used GIS data from the National Land Information, and this map shows that we have around 490 kilometers of covered waterways and only 222 kilometers of open water. In terms of distribution by wards, this is the map of Tokyo 23 city ward. We're not looking here the whole Tokyo metropolis, which is much larger. In terms of distribution, it's really interesting that both of the wards that has like the most number of either open or covered waterways are the ones on the periphery, Edogawa and Setagaya ward. And actually, historically, they were very famous for farming, and they kind of used to feed the central part of like Edo part. So these are not my drawings, but I just wanted to show here, this is actually my collage. This is how the culverted urban streams in Tokyo look like now. They are mainly pedestrian, and they have a lot of greenery on the sides and on top of them. So they kind of, I would say that they are green infrastructure. Many times they would also have a surface water, which is not part of the real, it's just a surface water. It's not part of the real canal, which is culverted underground. So they have a little bit of blue as well, of water as well. And in my previous research, I did assessment of ecosystem services of two linear green-blue infrastructures. One is tributary use for farming outside of Tokyo City. So this one and this one in Setagaya ward, which is like in a very urban area of Tokyo, and no farms are in the vicinity. Yeah, this is not really important, like to go through all of the details, but basically my findings were that the cultural ecosystem services for both cases, so this is the canal that is served for irrigation in the urban area of Tokyo, and this is the urban area of Tokyo, the culvert, which is like landscape as a park. Both of them show a high assessment of cultural ecosystem services, and they're very important for the locals living there. They see them as assets that needs to be protected, and I thought that both of them actually are also part of, they're tributaries to Tama River, one of the biggest river in Tokyo. And I was thinking that they can be, like the whole network of these closed or open canals can be a crucial city asset that improves the link between the urban and the rural. And they can mitigate many of the problems that Tokyo is facing today. Brings me to my second part of the research, which is linking this linear green-blue infrastructure to urban agriculture. This is Kristaller's diagram again here, which Japanese people took and applied to their urban principles, because it was like really closely linked to their contextual, urbanism, or how city grow, because Tokyo specifically is an amalgamation of many villages. Okay, I don't have that much time, so I will just quickly go through it. So I'm using the 5 and 15-minute city concept. So I'm thinking, okay, what can be the connection between those linear elements and this rapidly, like the interest in urban farming nowadays in Tokyo? The hypothesis is that the proximity to urban farms within a 15-minute walking distance positively correlates with increased engagement in farm-to-table initiatives. This slide shows some of the initiatives and farm-to-table movements in Tokyo. And it says that there is a lot of, research says that there is a lot more interest, especially after COVID, in hobby farming. And so this one I already explained. So how about connecting the linear blue elements and the green blue elements and urban agriculture in the city? My case study is Setagaya Ward and Kitazawa Greenway, which is 7 kilometers long landscape culvert, like park-like landscape culvert. This is, again, this slide is also showing some community-based farms in Setagaya in this table. And the Fuerai Farm Project, which is community-based participatory farming in Setagaya ward. These are some maps I did for the ward. I won't go into details. And these are the 5 minutes catchments only for the linear element. And I did this map finally, which shows how can we, I can't show it right now, but in the upper part is the linear element and the 5 and 15 minutes catchment radiuses. And then we have the different types of farms within Setagaya ward. And my research is just like scratching the surface. So I'm just starting my research, but I think it would be really interesting if I go further down and see if they can be connected somehow, because you see on this map, we have a lot of greenways and rivers in this map that are kind of can be connected and are in close proximity to those farms initiatives. And I think that this research can bring a lot of new insights into how we can this infrastructure, we can leverage it to become even like bigger than the primary infrastructure of cars. So that's it. I mean, I have more, but I don't have time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the talk. Are there questions?
I'm happy that historical insights are inspiring, so to say, the vision of a future, perhaps a future Tokyo. This is the remark. The question is, perhaps you had not enough time. What I'm interested in is knowing if you think really this is a realistic business model here, to farming inside a city, as it goes to the money, what you can make, which you can make with it. And is it really, can these producers really produce enough in order to really feed a large proportion of this highly densified urban area? Or is it, but I don't know, a nice thing to have on a lifestyle level, but not really on a hard economic and feeding the population level? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Interesting. From what I know for now, these kind of farms are hobby farms and small, and they are not permanent agricultural land. But as a resident of Setagaya for, as I said, 6 years, I've seen a growing interest, and I've read a lot of articles, and there are many, like a lot of new initiatives for such activities. They're not interested about, I think, of course, economic aspect is there, but it's mainly for like raising the awareness of sustainability. And it's very popular for the local residents of the ward to buy locally grown vegetables and fruits from this farm specifically. Also, there is an initiative to like go to the restaurants that uses farm-to-table initiatives, but I couldn't find any like on a city level. I couldn't find any initiatives for this urban agriculture to become a bigger thing that will bring more money. Or yeah, I'm just like starting this research. So, but thank you. I hope I answered your question.
So thank you for your questions. We will come to more questions in the panel discussion after. Our second speaker is Francisco Aguilera. I hope I pronounced that correctly. He is a PhD researcher at the Institute of European Ethnology at the Humboldt University in Berlin, and an associate of the Collaborative Research Center Refrigeration of Spaces at the TU Berlin. His research explores the socio-ecological transformation of urban streets, emphasizing community engagement and infrastructure redesign. Today, he will present an ethnographic study of a street transformation in Berlin-Neukölln, highlighting how streets function as living infrastructure, sites of negotiation, conflict, and collaboration in a sustainable urban development. Thank you very much. Francisco, the floor is yours. I hope the presentation is there as well.
Okay, first of all, thank you. Thank you for this introduction, for the organization, and for having me here. My current ongoing project is an ethnography on an ongoing project. It's about the street transformation in Berlin, specifically in the district of Neukölln. And after briefly introducing this topic, I will tell you more about where I work and why do we need an ecological approach when addressing street redesigns. So this contribution aims to provide insights into street ecologies, identifying the processes of transformation and the construction sites as the instances to grasp the complex logic at play while streets are being transformed. So, first of all, paved streets are an infrastructure of the modern city. And this demarked through the practice of sealing. And this practice established the separation between the soil and the cities and cemented an anthropic surface that represents desire for intensive use by human beings. And this stabilized infrastructures of acceleration and later automobility. In Berlin, one important moment is the Hobrecht Plan from 1862, which established the opening and the dimensions of new streets. And by that moment, the ground became backgrounded. And here we're not just talking about the ground, since the street infrastructures consequently started hiding other infrastructures, such as water, electricity, gas networks, and later telecommunications. But as widely known, infrastructure do not have only an integrative character. Infrastructure have been actively reshaping environments, connecting, disconnecting spaces and populations. Or as Trusello said, infrastructure isolates, toxifies, dispossesses, and immobilizes. Paved infrastructures are also linked to an immense anthropogenic environmental damage in urban settings. In Berlin, 70% of the traffic area is sealed, affecting temperatures, soil fertility, and fauna. So in the context of the climate crisis, societies face the challenge of reconfiguring their infrastructural systems, as the infrastructures of the Anthropocene stabilize these territories of harm, hazard, and injustice. So the spatial transformations of our urban settings and beyond are an imperative for our present in the permanently polluted world. Here I'm referring to the work of Liborion, Tironi, and Calvillo. And that's at least one aspect why many movements and city governments are addressing street spaces and infrastructures. That being said, the challenge here is not to build, but to dismantle harmful infrastructures. So the streets must be redesigned, transformed, reconstructed, and of course, repaired. And implementing such transformative endeavors is complex, it's tricky, and it takes too much time in several cases. So the question would be why? And one short answer to this is that these processes address something that Marisol de la Cadena or Puig de la Belacasa would say the streets are a world of many words, or an urban assemblage. And at this point, I have one consideration about how streets have been studied. So one first, let's say, unexpected observation is that there are many important accounts that deal with streets. In the field, you call it very broad urban studies. And here, just to name a few, I consider William White, Jane Jacobs, Noah Ha, Anna Steigemann, Susan Hall, and others, just to name a few. And what is interesting about this account is that it can be observed that many of these consider the streets, let's say, to observe and describe other phenomena. For instance, the life in a neighborhood, the more than economic relations a shop in a particular community can offer, the realities of urban traders and their role in the production of public space, or a century of urban politics in Brazil, among other phenomena. So these works consider the street as a lab to observe something different. So I will understand for this work the street as a space that is co-created by the multiple flows and obstacles for humans, non-humans, machines, and beings of all kinds. And I hope that its definition allows me to understand the street multiplicity, considering its complexity and messiness. And therefore, the idea I propose is to follow the street when the flows are interrupted. And the crucial and central phase for this analysis is a construction site. During street interventions, the construction site becomes the space where an assemblage of humans, non-humans, materials, and natural forces converge in unpredictable ways, leading, for instance, to controversies, delays, and challenges in meeting deadlines. And the theoretical departure point for this proposition is the work of Starr, paying attention to the unseen and invisible work related to infrastructures. Following Starr, Puig de la Belacasa defines an ecological approach to be attentive to the capacity of relation creation, to how different beings affect each other, to what they do to each other, to the internal poiesis of a particular configuration. And by doing this, the street becomes not just a scenography or a lab for observing something else. So when the street surface break, the infrastructure, the relations, the alignments become visible and reveal the complexity of the recursive city-making processes. This shows that the street transformations are related to multiple entanglements that transcend the physical redesign of the urban fabric. So where I'm observing this? I'm observing this street transformation as a part of a new urban renewal program in Berlin-Neukölln. Neukölln is one of 12 districts in Berlin and has a population of 330,000 inhabitants. The district is located in the southwest and is known as a diverse alternative district. However, this wasn't always the case. During the late 90s and early 2000s, according to Steigemann, Neukölln gained a reputation as Germany's most deprived district. And in response to this situation, several programs were implemented to improve the area, including social programs, and as in many other places, urban revitalization and renewal initiatives. This was the context of the beginning of the Active Centers program, which started in 2008. And this program had the goal to developing urban centers into attractive economic districts, including one specific program from the Karl Marx Strasse. And this work started in 2012, and it covers an extension of 3.5 kilometers. So it has been almost 13 years of work since the beginning of the program, and the work is still in progress. So due to the exceptional scope of the project, there is a permanent participation instance. And the archive of the citizens' participations gave me the clues to follow the relations configuring streetscapes and processes of transformations. since the archive is an immense collection of discussions, discrepancies, and controversies about the street, and it shows the stories about the tensions that arise when decisions and plans don't work out. So, for instance, the blueprints. The project of the transformation included new street profiles, the widening of sidewalks, new cycling lines, new public furniture, street trees, among others. And all these measures need a total reorganization of the street, of the infrastructure on and underneath the surface, including the renovation of the subway. And when analyzing the delays, many of them were linked to problems with regulation and older plans, which left blueprints that couldn't tell the whole story, using the concept of Terreni Brown. So just taking an example, 2016, the construction was delayed due to the damage caused by unexpected underground pipes. And even the city-owned companies weren't aware of the location of their own pipes, which caused more problems, and the replacement ended in a very complex process. Additionally, the company repairing the upper and outer layer of the concrete cover of the subway tunnel found asbestos. And these situations led to a moment where experts and construction managers involved estimated that the effects on the construction progress were not yet foreseeable. So regarding trees, in one interview, one project manager told me about the problem with trees. He told me that there was no capacity for trees because they don't have the space on the street. And we were not just talking about the space on the street, we were talking about the scarce space underneath the street surface. He told me that the roots were enemies of pipelines. So big trees that provide more shade and have to have cooling effects for the street are a real challenge in the underground. And at the end, it has to be decided and the pipelines must be renovated. And as a logical step, the trees needs to come out. For instance, when the trees must be felled because they're growing directly on the utility lines. Excuse me. When the trees need to come out because they are using the utility lines or near the utility lines, this can be replaced and there is a willingness to take new trees because they don't need that much space in the underground. And there are also other situations dealing with vegetation on the street, which is also important for this biodiversity and temperature. And this must also be cleared to prevent the so-called areas of fear and to improve visibility. Another example is that due to the delays and changes in laws and regulations, the project framework has to change. From 2012 till 2024, a lot of political changes took place in the city administration, and these changes led to the creation of new legal frameworks, such as the new mobility law, regulating, for instance, the widening of cycling lanes in 2018, and the rainwater management regulation from 2021. And this regulation established that rainwater cannot be evacuated in the sewage system, but must be managed within the green areas themselves, forcing to design complex solutions or to have storage systems on site. This was the case of the Karl Marx Platz, called Karl Marx Square, which is located in a project area. So the new legal framework implied a reassessment and replanning of the whole square, resulting in further delays. The rainwater became a natural force that must be managed differently during urban planning and reconstruction, and therefore open an interesting aspect to discuss. For example, why this kind of rainwater management implies burying even more pipe infrastructure instead of leaving more unsealed free spaces for vegetation, with all the problems I just mentioned before. So during this renovation, some neighbors engaged were against this meaningless renovation, stating that they would like to keep the unsealed green part of the square, and that the ivy plants located in the eastern corner should be kept. Is this working? So this part there. But the plans and the plans were different, and this corner was going to be cleared, including a pond with compost and vegetation from an initiative linked to an artistic intervention during a festival, in which some residents were taken care of. The corner should leave space for a so-called water-bound cover. This means covering the area with gravel to place water storage underneath the surface. So the argument behind this issue by the planners was that place with vegetations and plants had to be ordered. So as logical conclusion, the bushes needed to be cut, and this corner was a place for garbage and rats, and these rats shouldn't multiply. Okay. So as you can see, the ways we can observe the street are interconnected with manifold decisions from several places. We can observe how the streets are also a product of recursive interactions, relationships, and transformations that somehow show how this scenography is held together, how the interconnectedness of the world maintains a consistency while also being dynamic. And to rethink the street implies more than a distribution of space between bikes and cars, and this means rethinking the relationships in urban spaces. Based on this issue, the reconsideration of street spaces can or should be read only from an ecological perspective, as stories intertwined in the configuration of the more than human living spaces. This offers new perspective of the urbanism, and how urban spaces are inhabited. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the talk. So do we have any questions that arose during this talk, like pressing questions?
Yeah, just a short question on your methodology. What kind of observations are you doing? Are you doing participant observations at the construction sites? And how does it, I mean, how do you limit the scope of your field?
Yes, the scope is a problem because I live in the city too. So I have I'm not doing a field work and then going back and analyze the data. But mostly, yes, I'm doing ethnography. I'm visiting the construction site, and I'm also working with the city or with the citizens' participations instance, and I'm working with their archive. So I analyze the archive of these 12 years of participations, and I'm looking there for some topics that are interesting. And from that on, I search for other data and interviews too, in order to manage all this scope.
Okay, wait a second. I would just go over to the discussion round. So I would, please, Mrs. Angelova, come to the stage, and we open the round for discussion. And we did have a question right over there that we can start with.
Thank you for both presentations. I have a question for you, Francisco. You said your talk was about ecologizing streets, right? And you made this example from the Karl-Marx-Platz in Berlin, where kind of an ecological rule, right? The stormwater law that you mentioned led to something which was not ecological in the minds of many of the people who live there. Do you also in your research ask what ecologizing streets actually means in a different context of climate change? Because it's probably not a conservationist idea of nature that is being constructed there. Are you dealing with that question?
Yes, when I mean an ecological approach, I mean dealing with the interrelations, the entanglements that affect each other during this reconstruction. Not only or not having like a scope about or a view about conservationism on the street, because there are a lot of problems there. I mean, how the situation I was describing about the trees is terrible. I mean, after the redesign, the street had less trees than before all the works were happening. So the idea is to look for all these problems, issues, and challenges that this street is showing us. Thank you.
More questions from the audience? Okay, then I do have one for Dr. Angelova. So you talked about the waterways being covered in like a massive manner, right? What impact does that have on the urban farming infrastructure? Because in my thinking, you can also just use tap water, right, to water your plants. What are the impacts on that?
Thank you for the question. From what I researched so far, especially in the more urban area of Tokyo, of course, it has a lot to do, but in terms of they can be used for irrigation, right? But nonetheless, due to urban development and a lot of construction, it's just like impossible to have anything green rather than the parks, designated parks and pockets in the city. But in the urban area, so in the larger Tokyo metropolitan area, there are still some irrigation canals, open irrigation canals leftovers. And there you can see a lot of urban farming. So maybe Tokyo City, like the urban area, can learn from the urban area where we have residential mixed with farming, which is the case outside of the borders of Tokyo City.
Okay, thank you. We do have another question right over here.
Thank you. I have a question for Francisco. You said you're also looking at the archives of the Bezirk regarding the civic participation process. And are you actually able to trace down the impact of the civic participation? Like, where could you find traces of where the ideas and suggestions and points of critique the citizens had and added to that process had an impact? Because I worked in civic participation in Berlin, by the way, and it's always like really hard to monitor the effects of it and to have like data on it and say, yeah, it was, I don't know, it added this point, or like it improved planning in a certain way that you can actually measure. So.
Yes, I mean, I'm not just looking or primarily looking in the archive of this city participation group more than the archive of the Bezirk. So when something is interesting, I go to the other archive or to the BVV archive in order to look for topics or for, let's say, issues that this group pushed and that we can see on the street right now. And this is connected to the let's say, big question about how performative some city participation instances are or not. And yes, let's say a bigger question to look for. And since this group is working for 12 years, there is also a question why to go there, like for 11, 12 years and discuss about your street and other topics as well. So yeah, there's a lot to look for regarding city participation.
We have a question right this way, in the back of the room.
So also to you about the city program in Berlin, the streets program in Berlin. So My question is also in line with the first question that was asked by the other colleague, as in these are streets that people live in with different perspectives, different ideas, okay? And from how Germans voted the last time, you can tell that not many people are interested in green infrastructure, so to speak. So were there some form of participatory involvement on the people to chart the cost, to decide, to say, okay, this is how we want our streets to be? Because there's a place of that participatory action happening for you to ensure sustainability and ensure that also this is what the people truly want, and not just loading your ideas or the project loading its ideas over them.
I mean, there's a lot of, let's say, factors playing a role here, because, I mean, for the example I'm working with, the street is like in part of the, let's say, there's a hierarchy about streets. So that is not a street only from the communal level, it's a street that has an importance for the city. So it's managed differently than the other streets. And of course, there are some instances or discussions where, let's say, the problem with the pipelines is, for the planners, has much importance than dealing with green infrastructure. So there's a kind of politics about how to deal with desires and the limits of co-construction in this participation instances.
Just a little reflection also to Dr. Ivana. I hope I got that right. So I saw sometime on YouTube that in Tokyo, in Japan, the sewer, the water of the sewer is so clean that they have fish in they get small fishes and they put inside the sibling. And because of how they want to maintain the gutter, so to speak, Japanese themselves, or the people living in that area, do not throw dirt. It was also a way to let them know that there's a life there, so they don't also mess it up. I don't know. Of course, the fishes have some kind of eats up some of the. Is this true?
Yes, even the case I showed, Kitazawa Greenway, which was my case study, there is this sewage surface water, as I mentioned, and there are fish inside, and they are there to also leverage the awareness of biodiversity and how important green spaces are, clean waters, etc. So, and I think culturally, historically, it's always been there, but sadly, it's declining, I think, especially in Tokyo. I mean.
You kind of said the point I'm trying to make about the people, the culture, like in Japan. I'm relating it to your case in Japan, to the case in Berlin, to see how the culture in Japan, because the people like it, they want it, they realize that another life is in the waterway, so they don't, so this is what I was trying to. Thank you.
Yes. I'll be really quick. There is also like a situation in which discussing with people is like, who is participating on what topics. So there is not like the one participation, So there are groups that are engaged, let's say, or really interested in green infrastructure. Other groups that are really interested in cycling lanes, for instance. And sometimes all these groups are colliding because you have to move trees in order to make a new cycling lane. So when we talk about participations and participation instances or desires from the people, it depends on what. So there is not only one answer to that, I would say.
Thank you.
Okay, unfortunately, you have to ask your questions to the speakers directly, because we end the panel at this point. And with that, before we go to dinner, we have a couple of closing words by Professor Nordmann for this day. And thank you very much for attending this panel. I'm Jens from the research training group KRITIS, and have a nice rest of the conference.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you.
My name is Alfred Nordmann. I'm one of the sort of associated, or I was one of the associated faculty members of KRITIS, and I have the thankless or gratifying task of sort of trying to wrap things together today. And indeed, I was sort of helped by the fact that the talks were actually very stimulating, and I think I can perhaps give some kind of general perspective as it evolved, at least for me, on the talks you heard today. So I should also add that I'm a philosopher of technology for the most part, and I think you will hear that in my comments. So I think that today's discussions were very much sort of situated, you might say, between those poles that were actually already mentioned in the discussions, the poles of planning on the one hand and maybe spontaneity on the other hand. I mean, and they, I think, were very nicely represented by the two keynotes we heard, but the particular papers in between, so to speak, fit into this sort of space, sort of between a planning paradigm and a kind of spontaneity paradigm on the other hand. The planning paradigm was beautifully sort of characterized in one of the first slides by Sadib Ottenburger, where the slide said at the top, it said, alternative futures, what do we prefer? So, I mean, that's a very strong sort of suggestion, right? That we can choose the future, also the future of a city or the future of a certain kind of infrastructural system by looking how to maximize, let's say, and optimize the system according to certain kinds of values, and then to sort of perhaps implement these values in the design process and create a world that we want to live in, right? I mean, that's a very strong planning paradigm, and the spontaneity paradigm, if you want to call it that, was in the second keynote by Chris Webster, and the notion of spontaneity is, in some sense, you might say, best described by statistical sciences, which show us how individual choices, spontaneous choices, become channeled, you might say, into natural law. So people make all kinds of individual decisions. There are all kinds of contingencies and accidents and so forth. And individual people are also not predictable in their behaviors. But once you aggregate them and you look at them in the big picture, so to speak, they emerge. Or what emerges is a kind of pattern, right? Most famous for that, in my mind, I would love to, if I had prepared slides, I would show you the slide now, is the famous Galton board that you know, or sometimes called the quincunx by Galton, where you see lots of little balls running down a board of nails, right? And each ball is sort of just, it's chaotic scattering, right? And it looks very wild and crazy, but at the bottom, you always get a bell curve, okay? A normal distribution, right? And so you have this kind of emergence of order out of chaos, some people would say, or out of chance. So we get very similar structures that emerge regardless of local conditions, and maybe to some extent regardless of planning, even though we can talk about how to sort of, in some sense, place the nails on the board, and that maybe they could steer sort of the evolution of these kinds of natural patterns in a specific way. All right, so these were the sort of general notions of spontaneity and planning. We also have, in some sense, in the planning mode, the notion that we design structures that have specific properties, and these specific properties then regulate or enable certain human practices. So we imagine that city designs, let's say, we talked quite a bit about bike lanes and so forth, have a certain function in mind, right? I mean, these bike lanes have a purpose. They're there for bikes to ride, maybe to segregate them off from the rest of the traffic, or to give them their own kind of spaces of freedom and independence, however we want to look at that, but that there's a certain functionality, a certain kind of purposiveness involved, right? I mean, this is very much part of the design paradigm, and I think the people who commissioned the work that, like Sean Williams was looking at, had this notion in mind. I mean, that's what they kind of expect from policy, and also I think in Yusuf Amagou's talk there was quite a bit about how certain kinds of design processes create certain functionalities, have a certain purpose that is then implemented in the structure, and that presents maybe obstacles to other ways of using these structures. In the idiom of spontaneity, these design structures just exist in some sense already, or are all very much alike. And they are affordances which are subject to selective appropriation, again, by all these individuals who make their individual choices, but then sort of coalesce perhaps in patterned ways. And this sort of selective appropriation of affordances is like accepting or rejecting an invitation. You might say a bike lane is an invitation for people to go buy a bike and go biking. But it's an open question how many people accept really or do not, or ignore the invitation, and then also but it's also maybe an invitation to repurpose. I mean, that's another question that is, I think, very, very interesting to observe, and to some extent also the talks we just heard about the transformation of Berlin streets or of Tokyo waterways and so forth might feed into that. The idea that a built structure does not determine what kind of purposes or functions are associated with it, but that we can somehow sort of repurpose things a bit. So even a hidden waterway can be opened up again, for example, and suddenly become a kind of site of some kind, something. It may have been hidden because for hygienic reasons in the 19th century, and now it becomes a kind of place for a kind of urban attraction for strolling and just aesthetic improvement of the city and so on. We have these discussions even here in Darmstadt with our Darmbach, for example, which is still an open question whether it will ever see the light of day again, but there are many who hope that it might. So these kinds of things, the forms of repurposing, of course, can also take much more local and spontaneous sort of characters. And I will give an example at the end. So now these two perspectives, the planning and the spontaneity perspective, of course, are not really mutually exclusive, in the sense that it's not that one describes the picture completely and the other one does not. So obviously these forces, you might say, of planning on the one hand and creating constraints and then these natural evolutions of self-organizing processes sort of do come together. But of course, how do they come together? That's an interesting question in its own right. And let me try to offer, from my point of view, since you invited me to give this this closing remarks, I will add my point of view, another kind of perspective. I'm editor of a journal called Technology and Language, and that gives you a kind of clue that maybe we can look at this sort of nexus between technology and language. And of course, we had it already with the Zipf law that you were presenting earlier, a law from linguistics that can be used to describe the distribution of cities of different sizes, right? So maybe there is a way in which you can think technology and language in their relationship to one another. And there are, of course, many ways of doing that. I want to give you one quote, which I think is maybe interesting for our discussion today. And it's a quote by the famous philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein. And he's more interested in language than in technology, but I propose that we can turn it around. And this quote, I'll read it in German first, it's very short, and then I'll translate it into English. He says, unsere Sprache kann man ansehen als eine alte Stadt. Ein Gewinkel von Gässchen und Plätzen, alten und neuen Häusern mit Zubauten aus verschiedenen Zeiten. Und dies umgeben von einer Menge neuer Vororte mit geraden und regelmäßigen Straßen und mit einförmigen Häusern. So I'll read it in English. Our language can be considered like an old city. It's a sort of a maze of little streets and places, old and new houses, which with things added onto them and taken away from them over the course of time. So a kind of chaotic sort of virwar of things. But all of this surrounded by a whole bunch of new suburbs. All of this surrounded by a whole bunch of new suburbs which have straight and regular streets, as opposed to the ones in the center, right? Straight and regular streets and uniform houses. Okay, so this is of course very much a very specific notion of a city. Maybe it's Otto Neurath's Vienna that the Viennese Wittgenstein is talking about, right? So we have a historical center, so it's an old city. We have an historical center, and it's in some sense irrational, in some sense perhaps illegible, even though one can discuss that. And then we have around it the spirit of modernity, of technological rationality. We have this sort of maze of very, very simple sort of streets and uniform houses, and following a kind of planning ideal, right? That sort of notion. The planning ideal is sort of the modern world is sort of represented and sedimented in the suburbs, whereas there is a kind of core, and of course we associate the character of the city often with that historical core, right? So rather than compare language to a city, the question is what would happen if we turn it around and consider the city as a kind of linguistic structure, maybe a linguistic system of systems, quite literally in the sense that we are not talking about one language, which is of course what most philosophers of language talk about. They always talk about my language, my whatever natural language, whatever mother tongue I speak. This is the language that I have, and that people are interested in, how we see the world through the lens of that language. But of course, a city is not defined by a single language, because first of all, there are many natural languages spoken there and intersecting in that city and in the different parts of that city. But also, you might say, if we take literally the notion that a city is a system of a linguistic system, there are also sort of non-verbal languages. I mean, there are all kinds of science systems, codes, signals, and so forth that sort of that orient ourselves in the city, or that we use for orientation. Street names and the ticket machines and so forth. All of these things have their own, you might say, languages that we have to figure out. So entering a city, an urban place, is sort of entering a kind of multitude of multiplicity of linguistic systems and negotiating that. And of course, the negotiation of that is in a sense conditioned on the fact that we don't understand all these languages, right? So we are in some sense illiterate, but still have to find our way. So, but it's not just that we have many languages, but in some sense, every one of these languages has a kind of grammar, right? And having a grammar means that there are, for each of these many languages that we are confronted with, there are principles of composition. Just they might, some of them manifest themselves only by way of repetition, of sort of that things reoccur and become recognizable that way. So there are principles of composition that can be figured out even if I don't speak the language, right? So and that's what we build on. So allowing us in some sense to read the city even if I don't understand the language. Now, in a sense, all cities follow the same grammar, or have the same kind of grammars written into them, combining the same elements, streets, buildings, and so forth. This is what Wittgenstein talks about. And even the old part of the city, of course, still has little streets perhaps and old houses, but it's still houses and streets and intersections and structures above and below, and then you have supply lines and so forth and so on. So there is a certain kind of basic vocabulary, a certain kind of basic set of elements that defines every city, and the inhabitants also bring with them certain kinds of patterns of use and habitation. So so because of maybe this sort of sameness of grammar, there is a deep sense in which all cities are perhaps alike, but then we have to always ask, how did the historical center in some sense seed the city, if it has one? Okay, not every city has a historical center, right? We're now talking about many cities in the world which are more or less almost sudden explosions of urbanity, right? So but even there, I think the question would be, how does the old town, which in some sense extend, I mean, how much legibility do we have in a city? Do we just orient ourselves to subway signs and street signs and the kind of easily recognizable things? Or and I might still be very unsure, can I actually go in there, or am I not allowed to go in there? How do so how open is the city in terms of its legibility? How rudimentary is the language, or how does it get enriched? And here I want to just finish with one last comment. It fits in nicely with the examples about Berlin streets and Tokyo waterways and also city lanes and so forth. I think it's very interesting to see how, for example, in this kind of multilingual city, the historic center of this kind of complicated but also intimate, idiosyncratic sort of urbanity that you have, that gives also a sense of identity, becomes sort of also transportable into every city of the world, you might say, through food trucks. So the food truck as a way to, in some sense, take a certain kind of form of interaction, a certain form of maybe a cultural code that comes with a form of eating and so forth, but it becomes strangely transportable. The food truck itself transforms the street alongside which it is parked into another kind of space, just for the duration that it's there. In the meantime, it sort of invites new forms of interaction and action. And at the same time, the food truck is easy to figure out. We now know the food truck. The food truck exists everywhere. It's sort of interesting to see, even in those barren American, hugely suburban cities, right? You have food truck and food truck festivals everywhere, and beer gardens. Another fact, another very interesting thing, how the German beer garden has become sort of exported, slightly modified, but it comes with a kind of certain kind of code, and it's easily implemented. It's like a pop-up store, you might say, right? But it's a kind of urban pop-up store that allows for new forms of infrastructural, perhaps, interaction. Maybe not critical in the sense of our Graduiertenkolleg. It's not maybe critical infrastructure, but it is a kind of infrastructure that makes cities more legible, and maybe also invites these kinds of movement points of forming like attractors in these more or less chaotic statistical movements of individuals who make their personal choices and still sort of create some sense of urban community. I will stop here.
Thank you, everyone. We would like to invite you for dinner behind the door, as every other meal of today. Thank you for being with us, and see you tomorrow.